Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville, and welcome back to Orctober. We will continue on the Uruk Hais here. We did 10 of these guys last night. Did some of the crossbow guys, we squeezed the shaman. Oh, there was some other stuff that we did too. The pikemen. We did 4 of those, I think. I don't think no pikemen tonight, but we got berserkers. We also have alerts. So we're going to be doing the same thing with the TMM, which reminds me, I need to bring out this here. Yeah, we're not going to do a whole bunch of TMM unless we have this, right? Landrast. So great to see you there, Landrast. So Landrast, yeah, I mean, that gold, it has all of the stuff, right? It's got that little, the tint of the Terra Rosa in there. It's got the cooler stuff, the reflected stuff from the blues. So I think I don't know. I think you got to be pretty happy with that Landrast. I know it did, took a little longer than you wanted it to and stuff, but I think it worked out. So Cam, how did the stream go? I'm sure the stream was great. Just oh, there they are. Like they should still be sitting out here. I'm glad that you were able to get in here. Whether it was hasty or not, right, Camda? Was it hasty or was it was it not? Okay. Yeah, well, that's Landrest again. You can always ask and stuff like that. So, geez, was it more? Hey there, Ryan. Sorry about the results today. There, that was very surprising for sure. Actually, Ryan, before you head out, why don't you post some links there? Sorry it's so late there, Ryan. I was trying to message Armored Wolf there and stuff. So sorry about being a little bit later here. Now, hopefully you've been able to do some painting over the last few days there, Ryan. Actually, Ryan, it's been interesting doing the TMM stuff. Well, now on a mass basis here, for sure. So again, we're just going to be doing some of this. That's all. Nothing terribly earth-shattering. Where do we go with all? There's a whole bunch of dudes here. Boy, Canada, that is just like was it from a bug bite or something like that? Because yeah, that's very spicy there. Sorry that happened. You would have loved to just had, well, that was technical difficulties with the human, right, Camda? That wasn't equipment technical difficulties. Well, Camda, I mean, we really don't consider 40,000 years, I mean, what is that in the overall scheme of the passage of time, right, Camda? Now, of course, it might mean something to those so-called elder gods, right? It's like, ooh, they're like 5,000 years old. Wow, that's a big deal, right, Camda? Yeah, that's very intimidating. So Valfira, boy, things were looking good down there in Tuscaloosa, right? Now, this was actually, today was a bloody day, Valfira. It could have been worse. It could have actually been way worse. We could have pretty much lost almost the entire top 10 there. What was weird, Valfira, right, is that those purple peppers, it was literally just like somebody took an airbrush and spray painted the outside. The inside was just like a green pepper. Now, I think it tasted different than a green pepper, but it kind of looked just like a green pepper on the inside. Whereas yellow and red peppers, right, Valfira, they look like they're yellow and red peppers. This just looked like a green pepper with somebody spraying Egyptian violet on the outside. Yeah, that's what we'll call these, Camda. We'll call them Egyptian violet peppers. Yeah, that's people are like, wait, what? We'll just call them Egyptian violet peppers. I like that. I like that idea. Oh, looky here, object source lighting. Yeah, you thought we weren't going to be getting to that, didn't you? So actually, Velfira, I've had, I think after the last, 3 streams, Cam, to have made myself basically a salad for supper after the stream. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been the last 3 streams. Well, and Camden, the nice thing is, like you and I were talking about, right? There's no flounder genes mixed in with them. They're not floundatoes. They're just regular tomatoes. And who knows what kind of genes they inject into the peppers to make them more resistant to cold. Maybe more. Maybe they're flound peppers too. Just trying to get a little bit of this lighter dry brush here in a few places. So, Velfira, that thing, Penn State, just that was historic. That was absolutely historic. An 0-4 team. They didn't just beat Penn State; they wiped them out. And of course, Velfira, right now you have one of those fierce conference rivalry games, Duke versus Cal. So get this, Cam. They're both in the same conference. They are both in the ACC, the Atlantic, the Atlantic Coast Conference. Yeah, that was pretty much. It seemed like that was the difference in the game, didn't it, Velfira? But it was 2,816 miles between the two schools, yet they are in the same conference. That would be a little bit like Sydney and Jakarta being in the same conference there, I think. Or maybe Sydney and Vladivostok in the same conference. That's how ludicrous that is. I could swear, Velfira, that there's a new ad featuring her. At least it seemed that way. Now, Velfira, I don't know if you saw there. Of course, I couldn't see the commercial. I could hear the commercial, but there was a new Fansville commercial today, and these kids were selling Dr. Pepper, cans of Dr. Pepper to make money for the school's NIL program. And the guy says, "Oh, I'll buy a can." And the kids are like, "You're a pretender. You're a pretend fan. You're not a real fan. You're a poser." But I couldn't see who the mega fan was that came in and did that. Well, you saw it with Texas Tech, right, Velfira? They basically some rich guy gave them, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of dollars to spend in the NIL, and well, they were number 10, and then they went out and beat another undefeated team. So Texas Tech, who knows? They're like the team nobody's been talking about. All right. Oops. Do we have? Well, we'll just use this. That'll be good enough. That is more than adequate for this here. Let's get ourselves a little bit of glowy stuff happening here, like you do. So Camden, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Glad that you're feeling better. And of course, Ryan, if you wanted to share anything before you head off to sleep, go ahead. Now, sadly, the cyclones were part of today's destruction. Actually, Velfira, I wouldn't be surprised if we set a record this season of top 10 teams losing to unranked teams. Not just losing. It's one thing for, okay, number 1 to lose to number 3 or something like that. Or even number 10. But when you have number 3 getting clobbered by an 0-4 team, That's, I'm not sure what's going on there. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Ryan also shared. Actually, remember Valfera how I was saying, like, yeah, you're not going to get the days of the undefeated national champion are over? At this rate, your national champion might be like a 7-6 team because they're all just beating on each other. And I don't mean just, okay, 3 beating up on 7. I mean like unranked teams beating up on top 10 teams. So everybody please check out those Instagram links there if you could. That'd be sensational. Alright, time to mess around with our new white over here. That would be this. Our iridescent pearl white, otherwise known as not opaque titanium white. So again, everybody check out those Insta links there. Give Camda a follow. So Camda, were you going to try to stream tonight, or do you need yourself another day to recover from that? So again, everybody check out the fantastic stuff that Ryan and Camda posted. So again, we are doing TMM here. Where's our other dude? Is he over here? So you can see that is exactly what we were doing here. So Camda, you've got that kind of, is that the whole, what you call the Novocaine effect or something like that? Yeah, that would lead to some slurred speech probably, wouldn't it, Camda, on the stream? So again, everybody be like Camda and check out the link that Ryan posted. Ryan and Camda both paint fantastical oil-painted miniatures. So Valfera, that was quite the precision instrument there for spices, wasn't it? I mean, that was like that's a bit more precise than what I'm used to, which is like, oh, there's a spice. I'll just grab it and do you remember the Cajun chef Valfera? Compared to the Cajun chef, it's like my measurements are very precise and very delicate when it comes to the cooking part of things, which I'm sure you're totally shocked at, right? And if anybody wonders what I'm talking about, just Google or YouTube the Cajun chef. Nope, Camda, these are the same. What the heck is it called? The Ebony Flesh Steino Res. What you're seeing is here we go. So we did the lighter dry brush stuff. That's what you're seeing right there. So they're primed the same thing that we prime all kinds of stuff. It's just now they've got that lighter dry brushy stuff on there. Didn't do this yet. So again, probably not going to have Armored Wolf hanging out with us tonight because Armored Wolf is at LVO. Now maybe later, that's possible. Again, it's very frenetic there, to say the least. So I'm kind of thinking no, but you never quite know how it's going to turn out there. There we go. Yeah, the Cajun chef there, Valfera. Oh, I never got a chance to do my other animation that I wanted to do. Well, I have the animation. I didn't get a chance to post it. That would be the 500,000 ton Japanese battleship. We will do the autocorrect monster though for Valfera. Because again, if you are unjustly persecuted by the autocorrect monster and he makes changes to your post that you do not approve of, there's no reason to just take that lion down. You can take your revenge on the autocorrect monster, just like Valfera did. So yeah, that's. I thought there was other berserkers that also had the torch things, but it makes sense that only the one guy has the torch. Now, there's no arrows sticking out of him or anything like that. So yeah, the Cajun chef, I guarantee, right, Valfera? And he would just chuck stuff into the pot. I mean, he's like, maybe that's a cup, maybe it's 2 cups, maybe it's half a gallon, I don't care. He would just chuck that stuff in there. Now, let me do this. And this. There was the barbecue guy as well, but then he just went so corporate that you couldn't do any of the stuff he was doing because, well, you needed $10,000 worth of equipment to do what he was doing. Let me see. Actually, Camden, I think it's part of maybe the Diwali. Yeah, part of the Diwali set, actually for the Warg Riders, I think. There are just like literally individual arrows. And you can print out individual arrows. Now, I did not get a chance to get the printers going after last night's stream. I was sort of doing 1-to-1 scale terrain today. It was a very, very, very tiny step towards doing the kitchen floor. It was tiny, but it was something that had to be done no matter what. And I actually ended up finding some stuff. Actually, Valfera, you know what I found? Remember the original jars of oil paint that we mixed? Do I have any of them sitting in here? No. I did find a bunch of these, though. Look at this, Landrast. Yeah, I found more of the micrograms, and this is Indian yellow. Boy, that tube is locked up tight there. Holy smokes! I'm trying to open the tube. Actually, you know what? This happened to the other one. The only other tube that I had in my possession, this same thing happened. Ah, boy, Valfera, that's something I need to get for myself. There's none of that in the house, so it'd be kind of hard to do that with none of it in the house. So I guess we'd have to go to the pharmacy to get some of that, right, Valfera? So Valfera, this was whatchamacallit. It was just this little. It was actually like a TV stand or something like that, and this was. Remember at the time, Kathy was also using the oil paint. And then I stopped using those. I just needed to get them out of the way, right, Valfera? So they ended up in this. It was basically you would put the light bulbs, some of the specialty batteries in there. It was kind of for things that just didn't really go anywhere else. And then on the top of it there was a bunch of some of Kathy's like glass jars and stuff. Because it was big and heavy and it was on wheels, so we could actually move it around. But now I'm either going to have that in the garage or in the basement for filming purposes. But that all had to be emptied out first. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those are all dried out. I don't think any of those are still active. There was actually I was pretty glad because somehow it's those little tiny batteries, you know, the ones like I forget what they call them, the LC whatevers. They're basically like the size of a Tums or something like that. I found a ton of the whole box of those. They were disguised as a box. What I had done is actually taken a bunch out of the big box and put them somewhere where I could actually get to them easily. So that was good because now that it's getting to be holiday time and stuff, I use a lot of those. And that's what I got them for. We'll be doing some more. I'm going to set him aside. There. Because keep in mind the kitchen is a secondary computer room for me. It's also an exercise room. Mostly because I just eat standing at the microwave. Because that way I can see the computer screen, have the iPad and the phone plugged in while they're doing stuff. Now we are just under, we were 21 minutes in. We'll be getting their all their skinny tones on them as well. What I'm going to do first, though, is... Oh, wow, actually, well, then I do need some of this out here, don't I? Just, if I'm going to be doing the lighter flame stuff here... Get me some of that, and some of this. Some thinner there. Start breaking this down. So I actually have a whole bunch of these guys. I think I still have about 9 of them left. It is possible that we do a substitute Armada Monday. I might try to finish off the last of these guys on Monday. Which, again, all I have is that one H-class ship that is... It doesn't even have the water on it yet, so that would kind of help. Instead of me having to take time to prep that, I can just use the stuff that's already prepped. So again, these are different sculpts. These guys don't, obviously they don't have the armor on them, do they? Because they're the Beserkers. Now their swords are different. They don't have any shield. Oh, they do have some source lighting on this here. No. We need more. There we go. That was a little too yellow right there. We should probably have at least a little of that down on here. Nah, that shouldn't be there. That should be over here, though. Let me get this going. Here. Some stuff over there. Orange again. Up in there. We gotta get some of our red then, I guess, too. So yeah, Valfira, it did look like, well, those two red zone interceptions, that was going to be, well, that was kind of the death knell, wasn't it, Valfira? Not one, but two? You can maybe survive one of those. You can't be in Tuscaloosa, right, Valfira, and have two of those happen to you. No way you're surviving that. Now we got to get him some more light over there, some of that lighter orange. And we'll do this here. Lighter. Also kind of a semi-dry brush there. Go back to this. Boy, this it looks so light, and it is not a light color. It really is just a barely a middle tone. Okay, so now it's just about time to start fooling around, I think, with some of our glazy stuff. But let's do the glaze on this first. You know, I'm just gonna grab me. I'm gonna treat myself to some. Oh, actually, unless we try the India red that was sent this way. No, we'll keep that for the skin. Wow, it is. That's wild. It is almost. Let me see if I can open this up here. We are all pigment red 101. Boy, these two are shockingly closer. India red and red ochre there. Man. But we're going to grab ourselves some perline red. There it is. Fine, we'll just use this. So yeah, the again, that final score of the Texas game was way close. Same thing with Florida State, right? That those looked way closer than they actually were. They were not that close. And again, Florida is unranked. Yes, it's Florida and all that, but they were unranked. They were also 1-3, right? So you had teams a combined 1-7 beat two top 10 teams. Now, granted, they were both at home, but still, that's not supposed to happen. Okay, now our source sliding is going to start to take on a little bit more oomph as we do this. Now, Valfira, don't be surprised if you see Notre Dame back in the top 10. I would not be surprised if I see that. Ohio State, Oregon, Miami. Well, probably Texas Tech. That's going to be another one of your top 10 there. Wow, look at that. It's trying to creep around. It's trying to creep around. There are darker reddish glaze. So yeah, Valfira, it is going to start getting real though, Valfira, because, well, it's October. And you're not going to have as many of those Appalachian A&M, APY, Polytechnic, whatever, playing against Alabama. Now they're all real games. There's no more scrimmage games, right, Velfair? They are all very real now. And they're all conference games. Some of them are more conference games than others, like this crazy nonsense of the... oh gosh, what was it? Yeah. Duke going all the way to Cal to play a conference game. All 2,800 plus miles. So Velfair was at least Navy in the top. I mean, Navy used to be, in say the 2000s and stuff like that, when they would be 5-0, 6-0, so at least they would be in the top 25. Now it's that time that everybody craves. Whoops, is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. It's time for mixing paint. Again, this is the most glorious part of the stream. We should really just cancel everything else and only do mixing paint, right, Camda? We should just do this and nothing else. Just 5 hours of this. It would be absolutely riveting. Because I think they beat Air Force, right, Valfera? So if they beat Army, then they win the Commander-in-Chief trophy. And his Landrest might say, "Go Goats," always sing second. I believe that's the second Saturday of December. That's basically my Super Bowl right there. Alright, I think we got that all mixed up and ready to rock and to roll. And huge surprise, we're gonna do this. It's gonna be a whole bunch of pin line washi stuff all over the place. Should that be a special stream there, Valfera? A subscriber-only stream? Oh, here you go, Cam. That we just do color charts the entire stream. There you go. One is just mixing paint, and the other one is just color charts. Just like several hours of color charts. What could possibly go wrong? Well, we would dump it for sure, right, Valfera? If it were this. If it were that, we would most certainly dump it all over the place. I think, Valfera, the only reason why we're still in good shape here is because we've left him in that wrapper. Otherwise, he would be out and about doing all kinds of shenanigans. Let me just hit him now. Again, letting that stuff flow where it's gonna flow, do what it's gonna do. More on the base. Because reasons. What's interesting, Valfera, is that that bottle, I mean, you can see it's very precarious. Well, I guess it doesn't show up on screen, but it's tilted over onto one side. Let's put it this way. It's if it was tilted over just a 1/16 of an inch more, it would be spilling all over the table. So it's already in spilling position. Which is kind of funny, actually. So you can. Oh, look at this. Where's my? There he is. So look at that. There's your lighter dry brushy stuff. Now we got our glazy stuff, and then there's with all the rust and everything else. Look at that. Yeah, and just letting this work its way in to some of these areas here. Valfira, I guess is the floor going to have maybe a case of diabetes or something like that? Unless it's all the what was that, like the sugar-free stuff or something? Yeah. Otherwise, that floor you might want to do an insulin check on the floor there, Valfira. Let me get some of this darker stuff up in there. What you don't want to be spilling is like one of those energy drink things. Man, those are not cheap. Holy smokes, those things, those are not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. And remember, I try to make one of those things last 2 days. Let me get this going down here. Also over here. So, Camda, I still haven't had a chance to look to see, what's going on with all those, with all of our Battlestar Galactica files and where those disappeared to. I haven't even had a chance to click on any of your links. Yesterday and today, I was trying to basically gather up all of the Lost Kingdoms files of like the last several months. Because I think this will probably be, I'll probably just, depending on what Archvillain is doing and Lost Kingdom, I'll probably just kind of skip those guys because I kind of actually need the Generos for some more, at least like a 1 month AI thing on a couple of other stuff to help me with the sky reels. Back to our darker stuff here. Again, kind of a pin line wash sort of a thing. Actually, I'm going to maybe chuck some more thinner in there too. And then the skin tone on the Beserkers, remember, is much more of a reddish tone. And then we'll have the white hand symbols on them. These are all 3D printed from Papal 3D. More of that here was this, we got 2, 4, 6. I think we got 10 more guys again, including alerts. Do this. Also here. A bit more on the bottom of his foot there. Okay. Ah, speaking of alerts, there he is. There's his bow. And again, the Papal 3D stuff is much more like the actual movie stuff than the GWs. Which it's endlessly entertaining and hilarious that is the case. More thinner on the brush. And remember, even the bases here, these are just Papal 3D bases. I mean, normally I would do all my own bases, but for here, I needed to get these guys cranked out as quick as possible, so I just used the ones that he had made. Same thing like with the dwarves. They're basically just for photography purposes, so they're just filler. Get some of that dark up here. Think of it like this is just painting like a photo backdrop here. Which actually I did take some photos with the ships on the ones that I made in the video. Actually, Cam, oh geez, that's right, Cam. I actually put that up. I don't know if you had a chance to watch that and see the effect of the canvas board. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle, and you too, Mort. I hope that you're doing well there, Mort. So Grand Oracle, since some of that stuff was canceled there, were you hopefully able to do some of the painting stuff you were talking about? So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, this is another one of those figures that I've never had a chance to paint, Grand Oracle. Never had a chance to paint Lurtz before. Which is kind of hilarious, given just how many Lord of the Rings figures that I've painted. And again, I mean, you can see the difference that our glazy stuff makes. Actually, I'm just going to stick you over there. That's fantastic, Grand Oracle. Now, Grand Oracle, again, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know, Camda, you shared your stuff. Ryan, probably you already have headed off to Sleepy Buys there. So great to see you, Grand Oracle. Now, Mort, I don't know if you had a chance to see this one. This was our Thursday stream here. This was super fun. Really, really fun there. But yeah, a little programming note. In all likelihood, on Monday, I'll probably be streaming the other, because I think there is still 10 more of these guys. There's a Banner Beer, more of the Archers, and then I think at least 4 of the Pikemen. So yeah, we'll probably try to get those hit on Monday. That way, all of the Uruk Hai stuff, I mean, it's like an instant army. 3 streams, 1 army. I might still try to print out some more, just like the Pike dudes. But I do have a whole bunch of wargs, and that is also part of the Uruk Hai army, so I think there's a couple of other here in the Legendary Legion. I'll have to look and see who they are. Oh, there's the Orcs, the Trackers, or Orc Scouts, or whatever. That's it. That's the other thing. because they have like an 8-inch move, and they're just infantry troops, but I think they move 18 or 8. So yeah, Moriarty. Well, you've seen the other spacescapes, right? Where we take one painting, break it down into 4 separate ones. This is what we did the Thursday before, right there. Nice to see you again, Recoil. So Recoil, did you see the peppers? We're calling them Egyptian violet peppers because they're green peppers, except like someone spray painted Egyptian violet on the outside. It's if you were to look up the ingredients on those things, you might see pigment violet 23, right, Valfira? So great to see you again there, Recoil. Actually, now Recoil, how did the grand final go? Because the grand final happened right in NRL today. Well, tonight for you. So yeah, Recoil. It's been I think 3 days in a row now of making salads after the stream. I mean, that's kind of what the goal was, right? I think I pulled off some more of the peppers today. Oh, and another one of the tomatoes. The tomatoes are all in a paper bag. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. Sorry about that, Rico. The brain is not doing brain stuff. It was a massive day in college football action today, Recoil. So that's what's bouncing around in my head right now. So Recoil, we basically had the equivalent today of somebody like Geelong or Collingwood or something like that goes out to West Coast and gets beat by 120 points. Yeah, it was that level of wow, of not supposed to happen. Let's put it this way: the last time something like this happened was 1985. In all of college football. Now, before that, you got to go back to the 1950s and 1941. That's how rare we're talking now. Again, let me get one where it's more set. So yeah, look at the difference there. That's a big difference with our glazy stuff there. So yeah, Rico, that was all kinds of crazy, and that wasn't the only thing that happened. That was not the only thing that happened. Actually, it was a little bit like Geelong, Collingwood, and Brisbane all getting taken out on the same day by basically Roos, Blues, and D's. Yeah, there you go. Or the Tigers, because they're pretty much a bottom tier now. Wasn't all that long ago that they were not. When they had one of the Flying Revolts still playing for them. That would be the Demons. The Melbourne Demons. Do more of this here. In fact, I'm trying to think the last time I heard to them even just called the Melbourne Demons. They're usually just called the D's. Again, we're taking it's a Mars Black and a Van Dyke Brown mix. Doing glazy stuff here. Oh, look, we're not even an hour in. No problem there. No problem, Camta. Let's do this. It'll be interesting when we get our object source link up. I'm saving him for last because I want that. We already did the glazy stuff like this with our source lighting on it. So Moriarty, have you had a chance to do much painting over the last few months or so? And Moriarty, I don't know if you saw the new Wapilius Spellbrush figures. Actually, after the stream and tomorrow, I will be making another Eldritch Foundry video. Because I got to make our football players for November. That's going to be a way for me to experiment with the various controls as far as the size of a figure and the controlling the bones. Basically doing some really fine posing of them. Again, just let that all fall in there. We go on the weapon there. Whatevs. Now, here's hoping that all goes well there, Moriarty. Now, everybody check out the Instagram link that Grand Oracle just shared. Some fabulous teensy tiny ships. It's kind of funny. Recoil. I don't remember seeing that. Thanks for giving me a heads up on that. How you doing there, Tank Tack? Great to see you. Hopefully you get a chance to paint today, and hopefully you get a chance to paint on Sunday as well. So everybody, again, please check out that link, that Instagram link that Grand Oracle just shared. So Tank Tack, what kind of stuff? Well, hopefully if you've been able to paint this weekend, what kind of stuff have you been painting? Work this down into here. Also up here. There. That's fantastic, Tank Tack. Let's do this. I think actually last year, and weren't we doing these for Orctober last year? Was that the year before we were doing those guys? I can't remember. Oh yeah, Grand Oracle. I think we were talking about the cotton clads. I don't know if you were on that stream there when we were talking about the cotton clads. This was last week or the week before. Now that's fantastic there, Tank Fact. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. So does Gandalf, of course. It's like, so they keep telling me that I keep using the fireworks stuff all wrong. He's like, yeah, dude, you do realize you could blow up some stuff with it? He's like, I never realized that. I just thought it made like fun stuff in the sky. He's like, no, watch, I'm going to take out this wall. He's like, yeah, you might want to look out for those arrows first. Thank you so much for the raid, Bearded Celt. A little bit of a game of chance for you as you come in. This is for Tank Tack on the big Gandalf 6. Oh, look at that. I think this is 2 for 2 now. So Tank Tack gets the big Gandalf 6. How you doing there, Bearded Celt? Everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. So Celt, I hope that your stream was a blast. I'm sure that it was. Speaking of which, see that? See what I did there, Camda? Everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. And of course, Celt, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. And again, everybody give Bearded Celt a follow. So Bearded Celt, we did a whole bunch of, we did 10 of these guys, yeah. We did 10 of these guys on the stream last night, did TMM, did blood effects, rust effects, all that kind of stuff. Of course, well, this was our latest tutorial series that we finished up. Oh, look at that, also TMM. Yes, with all the interference, colors, and the fluoros, all that kind of fun stuff. Now, that's fantastic there, Bearded Celt. And again, if you want to share anything, please go ahead and do that, of course. We are following up on a fabulous college football Saturday here. Lots of casualties in the top 10. It's kind of like the Uruk Hai just came through town and just started knocking over stuff. Did we get it? Sure, we'll just keep going with this darker stuff down here. We'll maybe get some of our red into that too. Like so. There we go. So, well, look at that. That's some serious pinline washy stuff going on there. Oops, wait a minute. A bit less of that. I'm going to try and get me some more of our red in here now to kind of take advantage of some of that. Let's get that all the way down into here. Also over here. Yep, Bearded Celt, all done with the oil paints. We've done lots and lots of, actually, here's a bust that we did with TMM, and all with the oils as well. And oh, look at that, even object source lighting. TMM is no different than non-metallic. It's just instead of using, well, a white, you're using things like the interference colors, or like what we have out on the palette here, which is basically metal medium, which is iridescent pearl white. Because pretty much anybody's metal medium, don't care whose it is effectively iridescent pearl white. Get some of that red over here. There we go. And now we can start to work a little bit more of our lightest source lighting in here. Let's start thinking about some of that. And yeah, that Necron thing you saw, that was a 3-part series that I did on the Patreon page. And all that was done with the oil paints. Now, let's see, I think, okay, we got all these guys. So, our fabulous mix goes off to the side so we don't do a mustard thing with it, right, Valfera? So Grand Oracle, I don't think I've tried the medium sculpting gel. Obviously, we've got the heavy gloss gel that we use all the time. All right, let's get rid of that. Now, here's what I need. Do we have? Okay, we have at least some of our weight there. Now, that's still very glazy, so this can't have too much thinner in it. And we're just using our regular oil paints here. Like always, all the rust effects, the blood effects, the source lighting, the TMM, all done with oil paints. And again, there is no difference between TMM and non-metallic. It's just instead of the reflected colors being done with just regular paint, you have to do your reflected colors with some kind of metal medium mixed in there. Otherwise, not going to look like metallic. If you're doing TMM and the guy's got a red cloak or a blue cloak or something like that, and none of that is reflected onto your metals, well, you don't have metals. You have a bunch of mica flakes. Mica flakes don't equal metal, right, Grand Oracle? Mica flakes just equals mica flakes. There we go. All right. Everybody check out that Discord link that Bearded Celt just posted there. And everybody please give Bearded Celt a follow. And again, Bearded Celt, I hope that the stream was super fun. Also mellow. Let me try to catch a little bit more of our orangey light here too. I mean, it is metal after all. Where are we at? Down here? Yeah, we'll roll with this for right now. Start finding some lighter stuff on the knuckles and some other areas again where the source lighting is going to hit. Now, at some point, we'll try to have some fun with this right here. Again, this is, what was that, 2 videos ago, I think, Grand Oracle? The one where we were mixing up the interference paints and the fluorescent paints with the powders with the linseed oil to create our own oil paints. There we go, finally getting some of our lightest light on some of these surfaces here. More of our orange, whoops, also some thinner there too. Start breaking that down some more. So again, everybody please be like Grand Oracle, be like Camda, go check out that link that Bearded Celt just shared. Let's do this. And some more. Nope, nope, nope. A little bit of cast light down here too. Some of it's gotta reach down here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I kind of forgot to put all the orange stuff out. All I just threw out there was a little touch of the Paul Rubens fluorescent. That's it. That's all I got out there. Everything else is just regular stuff. Yeah, wasn't time to break out the usual complement of, say, maybe the yellow fluoro and stuff. And it's like, nope, it's just time to get rolling here. We'll just chuck out the orange and that's it. And again, it's the Paul Rubens stuff. It's not the new stuff that I mixed. It would have been fun to do that, but I want to actually save that for either a video or a very specific stream. I don't want to, because I want my reaction to be recorded. And then maybe we'll try to also use that in our Wolves of Isengard army painting series. That is coming up soon. So yeah, 1 hour, 5 minutes ago, all 10 of these figures had absolutely no paint on them whatsoever. And yeah, we've got, I think, was it like 3 of these shield guys plus Lurts. We've got the one, I keep wanting to say Arbalest because I keep thinking about Corsairs of Umbar. But he's one of the crossbow guys, and then all the rest are the berserker guys, like this one here. Well, they don't have torches. Basically, you can get, if you're getting the Marion Streets, even just on Amazon, you could just about get the entire set of the opera colors, as they're called, the Paul Rubens Floros, as just one tube of the Marion Streets, and the tubes are almost the same size. That's the other thing too. Is that the Paul Rubens, I believe they're 50 mil, and the tubes from Marion Street, those are only 55s. Yeah, so not that much bigger. And the fact that they're more universally available, right, Grand Oracle, that is just as another massive issue. Because like we say all the time, the best ability is availability. Especially now, and maybe in an area where you might have some tarifs or something like that, could make it a little bit difficult to get your paws on something. A bit more of an orange over there. I think it's kind of an English is not the first language, right, Camda? Probably an effect like that going on. You know, here, let me back away back to this. And again, the reason we can do all this is because we allowed that paint to set. How do we allow that paint to set? Well, we've got 9 other guys that we're working on at the same time. And we just said, all right, fine, well, let's work on some of these other guys first, before we swing back around to this guy. And again, the orange that's going on there that looks so bright is not a highlight color. It's maybe a middle tone, probably more of a full-on middle, maybe a light middle tone. Sort of. Back to me fluorescent here. I should break that down a little more. Just drop you here on the line. More thinner, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, we're 1 hour, 9 minutes in. Last stream we did, where'd he go? We did 10. And it was 4 pikemen, maybe 4 of these guys. We squeezed a shaman, and then we also did at least, I think, 4 of the archers, something. Hey, that was our combo there. Now, I have yet to look at the Sunday schedule. No idea what kind of spicy games might be happening there, except that there's a couple of teams that are kind of fighting for their existence. I believe that team from Baltimore, if they do not win this week, that would be the end of their season pretty much. No pressure there. And of course, should that happen, we will be covering that all first on the Wampleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Let me drop some more up here. So recoil, yeah, I was gonna maybe try to get the paid version of Vidnaz. I know that's a weird name. I want it. It seems like it tends to obey prompts a little bit more than Skyreels, ironically. Now, Skyreels has way more detailed things that you can do with them. But I'm going to see if, like, for some of those Battlestar Galactica scenes, right, where I want the ship to be moving through space, just don't necessarily have the best of luck with Skyreels, which is unfortunate. But I'm going to see maybe what happens with Vidnaz on some of those. With the free version, you get like 2 renders a day. That is not really enough to test it. Alright, let me get a little bit more of my lighter stuff down in here. I think, I don't know if I sent you those songs, Cam. If I haven't, I'll try to get you those tomorrow. So again, we're trying to work in some of our, we'll have to get now some of our non-object source lighting in here. And of course, what'll be interesting is that it is that reddish brown, so it is almost like our source lighting. However, we're going to have to do it. It's going to have to be a cooler color still than our source lighting. We don't want it to be as orangey. Hopefully, this here is going to do it. We got the Naples yellow being mixed in with our India red. And was it the red ochre, I guess, from Gamblin? No, from Paul Rubens. Sorry, the Indian red. That's the one from Gamblin. Catch some more of it up here. A little something there. And then again, we'll have our white hand of Saruman markings on these lads too. Okay, so yeah, this was yeah, I'll try to get you some of the other ones. It's kind of hard to keep track of it because I've been redoing so many songs now that I have that GPT Suno combo that I never had before. There are some that I've tried to redo that I originally did in Skyreels, and some of the newer ones actually just not quite capturing the flavor as much as I would like with the old ones. So I think the Easterling, I might just stick with the ones that are already made for them. Not sure if I sent you the Army of the Dead one or the Corsairs of Umbar. Let me get this going. There we are. This too. So yeah, you can see we're starting to get some cool. We might even get a little bit of our greens here. Let me get some of the oxide, some of the brown mixed together, and that will go into our little shadow areas here. Camden, we'll see if they actually play. I tried using them in my XSplit thing, and they could not hear them, which is a little bit disappointing. Because I was hoping that they would be able to hear the songs, but only I could hear them. So that's something I'll have to figure out. Now, yeah, Rico, right? There's so many now, and because I'm always moving around in the house, what's even more complicated is that they're kind of spread out on a bunch of different machines. They're not all on one machine or one drive or one folder. I've tried to have one machine kind of be the main repository of all the music stuff, but it still means that I have to go, okay, did I actually put that on this machine yet? Because I know I put it on these other ones. Because basically I'll put it on a machine temporarily just to send to you guys. And then I realized, yeah, that's the only it's the only version of it is just on that one machine. It's not on my main storage one. Maybe a little bit of this lighter green in here, like so. And that. Again, just trying to do non-object sourcelet stuff here. Let's catch a little bit again, non-object sourcelet stuff there. Let me see if we can crank in this brush to go even lighter here. Oh, there's our... it's got a little bit of some other stuff in there. Let's see what that can do. We'll see what this can do. Right. Oh, and the other thing too is that, of course, they all have the same name, right? Recoil. Because I need to keep the same title, otherwise it'll be very confusing. But it's also very confusing because they have the same title, right, Doji? How you doing, Doji? I think I finally sent you some pictures of. Did you see the purple peppers there, Doji? We call them Egyptian violet peppers. They're green on the inside, Egyptian violet on the outside. So appreciate that, Doji. Thank you so much. And of course, Doji, why don't you share some fabulous oil-painted stuff in the chat while you're at it? There we are. Let's hit you with a little bit more of our light there, like so. Dioxazine peppers, Landrast. They're very healthy for you. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Some really fantastic oil painted miniatures. So appreciate you being here, Doji. But yeah, they still, I would say they still they tasted like sweet peppers, like they're supposed to. I did take some more of those off of the vines. I took one of the tomatoes. Now again, the cherry tomatoes, those are starting to come back. They're still doing good because all of a sudden it's been really hot here again. The other tomato plants, unfortunately, the heirloom ones, they got kind of zapped by that cold spell that we had. They never quite been the same since. So yeah, this is the one guy with the torch, Doji. So we get to do object source lighting on one guy. You know what? We'll file. I'll have some of that come down here too. Also a little bit of it over here. Maybe some of it on his fingers here. So yeah, Doji, I forgot that I was even going to be doing object source lighting at all on these guys. So I didn't even have it on the palette until just before I was going to start streaming, and then I went, okay, well, here, let's just delay this for a second. And it was also, again, another tremendous college football Saturday here. It was a bloody and gory day in the top 25 in college football today. As one Uruk Hai said to another, meat's back on the menu. But yeah, I still got I think it's the Orc Trackers. I don't think they're Scout. I think the Orc Trackers, they're the guys that move 8. They might even have 2 wounds or something like that. Again, it's been a while since I couldn't even tell you the last time I saw anything MESPG. It's probably been well over a year since I watched any battle reports. So I still do have some of that white there. Did I get this? Looks like it's doing where it's supposed to there. Yeah, pretty much. Catch a little bit of my edge there. So again, programming note for Monday. Don't be surprised if you see basically the rest of all the Uruk Hai stuff being done on Monday. So that they're all just done, dusted, out of the way. So Armada Mondays kind of in a way gives way to Orctober a bit. Also, I have basically 10 more of these all prepped, primed, ready to go, whereas the ship is not ready to go. I would still have to do the water sculpting and then still prime that. Well, and change all the graphics, which there won't be time for that. That's kind of be one of the things that you're kind of seeing there, right, Camda, that I don't know if it's quite the same formula, but for me, generally every hour of streaming requires at least an hour and a half to 2 hours of prep time. just trying to find a little bit of the some of the brightest source lighting around, and again we've got this kind of cooler stuff that's happening over here. So yeah, we're almost down to just having 9 little Uruk Hai left to do now, because this guy he's pretty far along for sure. Well, that's fantastic, Camda. Again, I know that it all kind of serves that one primary function, right? And I'm glad that has been working. It seems like it. You know, sudden weird infection things aside, right? I think it has provided some enjoyment on multiple levels. And yep, I could bring in that here. Let that mix a little bit more up there. Now we gotta get a little bit light or the violet too. Break it down, I think. Yeah, we better make that thinner. That was gonna be too late. I could say I didn't even touch the surface. It's like that's gonna be too late. Good thing I backed off of that, because that was going to be too late, without a doubt. Get a little touch of something that does not have any of the orange light to it just yet here. So where's another here? It's you can see, and again, that is what we're gonna have to be doing on all these guys here. Maybe get it's a little too late. So we'll just blend some of that away, won't we? No biggie. We'll do that again here. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw all of the devastation there, and especially the top 10, even the top 15 or so. Multiple schools getting punked there. It was a rough day to be a ranked team. Alright, now we're going to get some middle colors in here again that are not. And those are automatically going to seem way cooler temperature-wise than our source lighting, just by default. And remember, our white is just the iridescent pearl white. That's essentially kind of like a mithril silver color or whatever. You can't use any opaque white in there, otherwise you don't have anything that is actually metallic. Doing this now, and other side of our sword there. There, so we've worked again a little bit of our metallic into there. Not a ton, of course. Well, yeah, Cam, here's hoping that you get your chance to stream there pretty soon after the weird surprise of today. fluoro some of our Windsor red. There we go. Darkening these. It's not full on darkening, it's just basically hitting them with this fluorescent paint that. And it's not a cadmium. This is mostly opaque, but it's not as opaque, say, as a cadmium color. I'll try to catch a little more of my orange light all the way over here. A little something down there, and then we'll just let that mix together. So we'll set you off to the side there. Now let's start to play around with our skin tones on our other Beserkers, and we'll have to do a similar kind of thing to what we did on this guy right here. So there we did some TMM stuff. Also, a little bit of object source slitting, all with the oil paints. To this reddish brown, a little bit of our violet then. And I can do a little bit more with our Terra Rosa, given that we don't have any object source slating on these guys. And now it's starting to almost be more of a dry brush type of a thing. We are picking up a whole bunch of the muscle shadow colors along the way. You can see how that end of that brush is much darker now. It is also it's definitely a happy Sunday, especially now that surface tension is here. Great to see you there, surface tension. So surface tension, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Let's bring that out over here. So surface tension, I'll try to make some of those graphics for you. The Welsh University of Welshlandia, the campus there, and then the football team. Now let's do a little side by side. So that's just our primer, lighter dry brush, and then our glazy stuff. Now we've just started to work in our lighter skin tone, and then that's kind of our next step from there. So everybody check out again that link that surface tension just shared, and everybody please check that out. Give surface tension a little follow on the Instagrams there. Oh no, sorry, on the Mastodon link. I keep thinking it's an Instagram now, surface tension, because you have posted some things on Insta. You work that all the way down again into those shadow areas. Yep. Oh, all the way over there. There we go. Let's do a little something on that shoulder. Let's see, we got 2 more of these berserkers to do. We also have Lurtz. We got him too. But it's really important. Again, we're using this like a micro filbert brush, doing this essentially a dry brush type action, but it's all mixing. The other annoying thing that it's been doing a lot lately, surface tension, is not sharing my stuff to, say, Facebook, which it's done on every single post ever. And all of us said, no, I'll be like, okay, send it over to Facebook too. And it doesn't do that. Which is somewhat agitating. No doubt about that. It's about we welcome in Professor Grimm. How you doing there, Grimm? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So, Professor Grimm, we're Orctober is here, also October, and we're trying to roll in with our an Isengard army here. So we've got, I think there's about 4 or 5 of these Berserker guys here, and we've got some sword and board guys. We're going to be doing those again, just like what we did last night. So we'll be doing the skin tone, the white hand, the rust effects, the blood effects, all that good stuff. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good good day, and then a good night's sleep. Now, some of the other stuff that we did this week. This was our Thursday stream right here. It's a little bit different than this. Had some fun, a little pretend conflict there between USS Constitution and HMS Victory. I'm glad you were able to get stuff done there, Professor Grimm. And of course, Professor Grimm, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. So thank you so much for the raid, Grimm. Appreciate that. Let me get some more just done here. And one more berserk. Yeah, there's one more of these berserkers here. A little touch of that violet in there. That's because he's playing the speed version of cricket surface tension, which I can't remember what that's not. Well, there's rugby sevens, but I forget what the speed version of cricket is. I'm always thinking of it, and then when I always want to say it, it just literally evaporates from my head. So see you later there, Professor Graham. Again, if you have a few seconds to post something in the chat before you head off, please go ahead. Otherwise, I know you got post-stream stuff to do. You might want to also maybe get to sleep if you're... Because here it's 1:17 in the morning, so you might also be wanting to get to sleep there too. We are working with oil paints here, 100% oil paints. We started all these guys 1 hour 38 minutes ago, all 10 of them. We did 10 of these guys last night in about 5-ish hours or so. Great to see you back there, Thranuel. So it's called 2020 cricket then, surface tension. And Camda, thanks Camda. I'd never heard of it until, believe it or not, the place I saw it first was on Midsummer Murders. Yes, of all things, on Midsummer Murders was the first place where I saw the speed version of cricket. Now they've changed the game a little bit. Surface tension, instead of the wicket being on, the stand on the ground, it's over your head. Yeah, they changed it. So that's the reason for the downward swing here with the cricket bat. So great to see you again there, Thranuel. Alright, so that is it with the initial layers on the Beserkers. Now, these guys had much more of a violet skin tone to them. You can see it there. So cooler, more violet. I know there was like, I don't want to say it was a reunion episode, but it was a later season thing, and that's where was it your DC Joe or whatever his sergeant, yeah, Jones shows up and he's like undercover or whatever, and he's trying to. There's some kind of a racket going on in the cricket organization, and I think someone is actually like trying to kill off people that play the 2020 cricket. Because that's a totally legit thing in Midsummer, right? Surface tension? That's totally legit in Midsummer. Again, your primary victims in Midsummer are going to be vicars, painters, flower growers, gardeners, and of course cricket players. Yep, I think a fair amount of cricket players met their doom on Midsummer. I think that's why they had to finally end the show, right? Right, surface tension, because they had completely depopulated the county of Midsummer. There was nobody left alive. The ones that hadn't died just kind of fled. There was a mass exodus from Midsummer. So here's Lurtz himself, the big guy. And again, these are from Papal 3D, and these are actually closer to the movie guys than the GW figs, which is interesting because GW is contractually obligated to make figures that look just like the movie guys. Go figure. Now, well, Camda, we all know that Joyce is the true butcher of Midsummer, right? It was Joyce that was doing all the killing, and Tom Barnaby solved the crimes, which was basically taking somebody else, some hapless whatever, and basically getting them in trouble for the crime. Oh yeah, that's right. We do have the second round of the playoffs starting. Actually, well, that was probably today. I think you had Yankees and Blue Jays, and I think you have Cubs and Brewers, Dodgers. I forget who they would be playing. One more regular Uruk Hai here. There's not a whole lot of skin to on the sword and board Uruk Hai here. Certainly not like the Beserkers. Who again are just mostly kind of running around in swimsuits or whatever compared to all the rest of your Uruk Hai. Getting a little bit of our. Let me go back to this guy here. Yeah. I'm going to do this, and we're going to move all of the Beserkers over here. Is that? Nope, that's not a Beserker. Surface tension, I didn't, I thought regular cricket, that was generally a multi-day event, I thought. Some of those test matches, right? Don't those sometimes last 2-3 days? Again, that's a little bit of our Kind of a violet type color there. More of it here. Also there. Okay, now let's continue with this. Then we'll go back to our other, our berserkers, and start getting some of the lighter stuff on them after we do this. After the skin tone, most likely doing stuff like our rust effects. Then the lighter stuff on the metal. Or would it be some of the... I think we would do some of the lighter stuff on the metal first, then our... No, we'll do the rust effects first. That's right. That's how we did the other ones. Because our lighter colors are, in fact, places where the rust and stuff is actually chipped away. So yeah, the 2020 cricket, that's probably closer to now a baseball game here. Baseball games don't take as long now that they have that pitch clock. I'm guessing they don't have such a thing now, or well, maybe in 2020 they do, but regular cricket, I'm pretty sure that bowler is not working against a clock. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking probably not. More of that. Again, that's the... it's not just lighter, it also is... It's almost like a grayish violet. Ah, they actually are. That's interesting. Wow, recoil. That's interesting. Yeah, that's now I guess the ones that are also recliners and also potential entertainment centers. Those are the real fancy ones, right? Surface tension. So we've just got that deeper, at least for their skin. Now for the Beserkers, the skin tone is much closer to a Terra Rosa. But this is basically like an Indian red or an let's see, not as Fulton, but yeah, most like an India red, or was it the Paul Rubens red ochre mixed with the not radiant violet? That's the darker one. Was that like the blue violet or something, Camden? Yeah, something like that. So Test Cricket does have a minimum on overs, or get fined. Oh, that's spicy. But yeah, now there is the pitch clock, so you can't have the pitcher walk around the mound 3-4 times. Also, too, yeah, the catcher's not given manual signs anymore. There's a little there's some kind of green, something like that. There's a little he's got something in his mitt or something like that. He presses a button, and then he and the pitcher they agree on what pitch they're going to throw, and they're not sitting there doing the whole shaking off signs, and the catcher's not like, okay, we'll be throwing, was it the fourth set of signs, that's the pitch we're throwing. They don't do that anymore since they're not doing signs. They're just like, okay, fastball, yes, no, okay, boom, fastball. Because there were times where he would be waiting for 10 minutes just for one pitch to be decided on. Now we're getting, this is more of the regular radiant violet here, which is, again, this is the Paul Rubens stuff, which I think is probably called pink purple or something. And we'll probably be using the same skin tone here, maybe on some of the our Wolves of Isengard orcs. Now again, next week you'll either see Wolves of Isengard, or you might see the Great Beast of Golgoroth. It just depends on what can get prepped. And also, again, programming note, Armada Mondays, going to take a little substitution this coming Monday so that we can paint the last of the Uruk Hai stuff to knock through that. I'm glad that you were able to snag those, Thranuel. Now again, there is a Patreon tutorial on the opera covers, the Paul Rubens opera covers. Let me get, some more of this down here. Little lighter over there too. Back to Lurtz. And then kind of one of the last things we ended up doing with the White Hand of Saruman on them, and then also the blood effects. We'll try to again do some more of the blood effects. Don't want to make his skin too light, because the lighter his skin is, the less likely it is we're going to be able to see that White Hand of Saruman. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. And again, like always, a lot of the mixing is happening on the figure, not so much on the palette. Let's not forget that our darker glaze color, the Van Dyke Brown Mars Black, it's our first little go-round was essentially mixing with that. So thanks, Surface Tension, appreciate that. And I still have not located the nativity figures yet, Surface Tension. Again, as when I locate them, I'll try to get them your way. There's just been too much stuff going on where I was trying to also download months worth of Lost Kingdom stuff. I'm going to have to do the same thing with Archvillain, because I think I'm just going to maybe take a month or two off of those so that I have more funds available for other things. But like always, right, Surface Tension, that's when all of a sudden they'll switch to something it's like that you've been waiting for him to do for like 2 years. They will generally wait until it's like, oh, wait a minute, so-and-so just canceled their thing. We should do that thing that he was always wanting us to do. That's the perfect time. But there's a couple of other generation softwares, well, things like Meshi, and there's the Vidnaz and some of these other things. I've got to put the funds towards those. It doesn't have to be a permanent thing. I just want to try them for one month and see what happens with them. Because Now, of course, the Vidnaz thing, you can actually do some damage with the Frey version of that. There is one hidden downside, though, is that your stuff disappears very soon. So yeah, Grand Oracle, Lost Kingdoms. Now, was it the what the heck? Mini Mayhem or Mini Monster? One of those. Yeah, like you said, those are still getting. Oh, and last sword, that was another one. I think I also had to. Yeah, I know this month I kind of ended the Highland Miniatures one. If he was going to do Cathay or something like that, I would stick with it. But since he's not going to be doing Warhammer stuff anymore. Well, Valfera, we do actually have one. Well, here it is. We actually have some objects, so let's see what happens to this with our Film Noir Valfera. Well, it pretty much disappears, doesn't it? Even, there's a little hint of it here, but it really does kind of just disappear versus that. I mean, it's pretty wild, right, Valfera, to see that every single time. Well, recoil will have to let me know. Recoil. Geez, recoil. Is that the? What the heck am I trying to? That's not the one that we love playing, the board game. I had no idea because I know that Fantasy Flight they got rid of it. They it all just goes up in flame, right, Valfera? Yeah, because that was discontinued as a board game, but I guess maybe somebody made a mod of it then, and for Steam or something there, or Tabletop Simulator. Oh, okay. You'll have to let me know how that is there, Recoil. Surface tension, it is a golden age of miniatures all around. I think for everybody, certainly a golden age of miniatures. Now, are you going to be hitting the hay there, Valfera? Because, well, I mean, it's on the later side, right? So, again, if you're hitting the hay there, I appreciate you being here, Valfera. That was, yeah, Rico, that is definitely my all-time favorite board game. Absolutely love that. Let me try to hit this here a little further. And again, can't do too much lighter stuff here because if I do, then, well, the white hand is not really going to have much of an impact, is it? Let me try to get... No, back to this to get some stuff on the fingers here. So yeah, there's no specific color combos here. It's really just a matter of all these on the skin tones here, the various colors mixing, but the ones that are playing the most prominent role would be those radiant violet colors. We also want to welcome in our newest little hobbit. We want to say hello to C3691. So you got the flamey thing. Why don't you go run after the Balrog there? He's like, dude, I got this little tiny flame. He's got like a whole body. This whole body's on fire. actually, that's kind of like that Denethor guy. That's not Denethor. He's like, no, that's not him. He's way too big for. Yeah, he's way too big for Denethor. Unless the pipeweed really is doing something to me. Yes. It's like, dude, are you ready to do some hang gliding with no hang glider? He's like, no, I'm just gonna get shot at with arrows. He's like, dude, that sounds dangerous. I don't know, jumping a couple thousand feet on fire with no parachute sounds dangerous too. It's like, nah, it'll be fine. Let's see what happens here on our big end of 6. We already did have a 6 already, and ooh, well, it was kind of close actually. It was almost like, and then it tipped over to a 4. So how you doing? So yeah, it's pretty neat, right? Right, surface tension. They can actually have a chance. Well, I'm just like the same thing here. Things like, well, the Patreon stuff, the Twitch stuff, that makes things much more doable. One last guy. Did we already do this? God, we already did. Okay, so now what we have to do is go back to our Beserkers. And we're going to be doing this stuff, which is going to be this here and a little bit of that. So it's almost like a rust color in a way. That's for sure, right? Right surface tension. Yeah, Thranduil, before you jumped into the stream there was a little conversation between him and Gandalf about the proper use for gunpowder and not just for fireworks. Yes, the proper usage for fireworks. And again, well, look at this. We just hit the 2-hour mark. Now, there won't be quite so much in the way of armor to do on these guys as last night, where just about everybody was in the whole full armor thing. But again, these guys are going to get a different skin tone than our guys from last night. So, and you can see a little bit here again that that's much more of a violet skin tone, and that is a much more of an orangey skin tone there. Work some more of this in. Now, all this is going to mix together. Why? Because this is all oil paints, and it's all oil paint start to finish. No zenithal, no nothing. We just have the Stynylrez Ebony Flash Primer. We started doing some of our dry brushy stuff. Actually, I could even start doing a little bit of the rust and such on things like the helmet and the sword, since that's also our rust goer. So there was no pre-glaze, Thranduil. Again, just a dark brown primer, no pre-glaze. You're almost never going to see pre-glaze on stream. We don't do a whole lot of pre-glaze much anymore. We do say hello to Eridican Games. Nice to see their Eridican Games. Hopefully Erid was able to do her regular stream. Everybody please give Eridican Games a follow. And Erid, again, sorry that it has not been the easiest, what would you say, last month or so, right? So we're hoping that things can get a little bit easier for you guys, not quite so difficult. Hopefully you were able to at least get maybe kind of back on track. I know that you were running far behind on what you wanted to be able to do. So again, just like our ones last night, no pre-glaze. That's what they look like. So they just had the dark brown primer on them. We did the lighter dry brush thing. And then we just did a little bit of the pin line wash type stuff. Oh well, had too much of the... Let me get that. There's some of our violet in there. Just a little touch of that here. So appreciate the raid there, Itikin Games. And again, if you have to head off to sleep or kind of help take care of stuff there, that's all good too. But yeah, the pre-glaze stuff, that is that's kind of rare. You mostly see that maybe on the army painting series these days. You're almost never really going to see that on stream. Now, sometimes situations do call for it, where it actually is more efficient, but especially with stream stuff, generally not going to really see much of a pre-glaze. We're still, again, working with our regular oil paints. Working, there we go, some more of this. Again, that's got more of the oranginess to it. We're going to probably hit the... No, I don't think we'll use the Mars Yellow Deepen combo. We'll just hit it with the Naples Yellow, I think. Now, I guess so recoil, is it just like basically... Oh, and I guess what era BSG is it? Is it, first Cylon War, second Cylon War? And I wasn't sure if the Cylons have any other ships outside of just, okay, base stars and raiders. Now, of course, and a resurrection ship, but in the original universe, I think all they had was like base stars and raiders, and that was it, right? I don't think they had anything else besides those. We get, a little bit of, again, of the rust in some of these areas too. We need more of our lighter, or at least mid-tone, skin tone further down here. So was there 4 of these? Yeah, there's, well, 5. Although we pretty much have... this guy's pretty far along here with the source lighting stuff there. Let's do this right here. So great to see you there, Arid. So Arid, again, I know that the project was not really moving at the pace you wanted it to. Hopefully, well, all of the craziness of the last month or so hasn't thrown that further back. Oh, that's pretty neat. Now, recoil, is it sort of a... Does it have a whole bunch of detail, like almost like you're playing Starfleet Battles or something like that? Or is it, again, I don't really play too many computer games, as in none, so it's hard for me to really even kind of conjure up a legit comparison for you, so my apologies there. Yeah, it's been so long since I played any kind of computer games. What was that? Oh yeah, we were hoping to try and use the tabletop simulator version of Star Trek Ascendancy. That's it. Oh, and also, of course, the War of the Ring board game, like you and I have been talking about. Well, that's well. Hopefully, you've had some success in there. I still have not had a chance to use that yet. Actually, Irid, the thing that I would really like to be able, well, of the many things I'd like to be able to do with it, is to basically create bas reliefs. So, well, I mean, here's an example. Okay, we take this painting that I did on Thursday, and we basically extrude it at least a little bit to create a bas relief of this painting right here, so that we could paint it in essentially like a flat. I don't know if you're familiar with flats. That sounds really nifty there. Actually, Recoil, if you could send me some... Oh, there you go. If you could send me some screenshots, Recoil. Maybe we could do some paintings of the screenshots. There was a game, I forget what the heck, I don't remember what it was called, but I actually did... Oh, well, Valheim, actually. I think we even thought of using... Well, I was thinking of using some screenshots of Kathy's Valheim games to make some paintings with. That's fantastic there, Thranual. Well then, Thranual, you must be gearing to play in the NFL or something like that. Yeah, you're gonna be like these guys. Yeah, you're gonna be all buff like these guys there, Thranual. Okay, that's it. So let's go back around to our... These guys here again. So yeah, already can get... I'm not sure if that's something that's really possible in Blender or Meshi or something like that. Yeah, basically take a picture of, some piece of like one of my art pieces or something like that, and then basically turn it into a bas relief so that I could again paint it like a flat. And that's literally what they call those things. They call them flats. And somebody just came out with some really nifty Alphonse Mucha themed flats. I would really like to be able to make up something like similar to those for myself. Yeah, Rico, that again, I'd be curious to see what some screenshots of that looks like. Let me try to lighten you up a little more. There we go. And this is our the skin tone. Now it's going to move away from the rust tone by adding the was it the, not Indian yellow, but the Naples yellow. See you in a bit there, Surface Tension. Have a good walk with the hound. Have yourself a good Sunday there, Surface Tension, if we don't see you. Oh, and Surface Tension Armada Mondays is actually going to be probably more Uruk Hai here, because I want to try and finish off the last 10 guys or so. So yeah, Monday probably going to be this. Because A, they're already prepped. And B, they're already prepped and ready to go. And C, they're already prepped and ready to go. And we even have the on-screen graphics ready, so that is pretty much what we're going to be doing on Monday. Don't know if Flat Thursday will also be the same thing, because again, there's a whole bunch of the orc armies that I got to get caught up on. Because there's a whole Mordor thing. There's a whole Angmar thing. I mean, people have always wanted an Orctober. Well, they're going to get it. And then, of course, that last Saturday in October, that's going to start off kind of the special Kathy birthday streams. And I still have to try and get the special Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear files out to everybody. I'll try to just get those in like a Dropbox or something with the new, like the Wapelius Spellbrush figs that we've been doing in Eldritch Foundry. Actually, I think in the next Eldritch Foundry video, I'll see if I can do a new Kathy figure. Instead of just like the busts like we did with AO in there. Even though the glasses are not exactly the kind of glasses we look for, there's only one type of glasses that really even look like regular glasses. So Celia, there's surface tension. Oh, and Erid, hopefully Erid's wife also had a good stream and was able to get a bunch of stuff done on the on that Gundam project there. More of our lighter skin tone here on these guys. Then again, we'll have to roll into here with the our rust effects next, then the lighter or lightest colors on the middle. Blending brush, we need something to be a relatively small blending brush. Well, fine, we'll just use that, whatever. Any brush can be a blending brush. Let's lighten you up a little there too. Fine, we'll use this guy. Yeah, and all we're doing is just doing a little tap there. We're not swiping at it like that. I'm just gonna smear stuff. That's not gonna help us very much. We don't need to just smear things. We'll get some later stuff here on his upper part of like down here too. And all of this stuff is mixing. And the skin tone that seems so light, this is barely a mid-tone. I don't think it's a dark middle tone, but it is, again, just barely a mid-tone at this stage. That's how efficient we were at creating our darks. A little more there. Okay, and then one more. And then we have to do another round of this. Then we also maybe have to start getting some of the greenish tones on his little loincloth there. Well, the other ones have the same thing going on too. Chucking a little bit more of their light over here and then some up there. Come on. And look at now, we're about 2 hours 19 minutes in. Again, another 10 guys that we're working on. So, if this stream is a 5-hour stream, that would mean in about 10 hours, we would have done 20 of our Uruk Hai with full-on TMM, rust effects, blood effects, even object source lighting. The whole 9 yards. Maybe pop in a little bit more of my lighter skin tone all the way up here, like this. Some more up there. And by effectively just doing a dry brush with this, it's mixing with all of our darker skin tones that are already there. This is where the speed and the magic of the oil paint really takes precedence. Because instead of all these endless layer after layer after layer, hashtag no layers with the oil paints. Hashtag no layers. Because we're letting the oils do all that work for us. Alright, one more round here with the Naples yellow. Which is why this is somewhat lighter. It is not just one little bit lighter than what's already. It's got a substantially lighter tone to it. Why? Because, well, it's mixing on the surface. So it better be a little bit lighter than just one step up. Again, if you approach the oil painting as just super slow drying acrylics, what you're going to have is super slow drying paint and no efficiency built in at all. You might as well just use the acrylics at that point if you're going to just do the standard acrylic layering, because, well, that's what acrylics are good for. Might as well use the thing for what it's good for doing. Now, thanks, Camda. I've got... I have some Orcs printed out, and I was hoping to do this kind of skin tone on a much bigger figure there, Camda, or a bust. I think I might have an Orc bust also printed out. If not, I know I have Orc busts that I can print out, like Loot Studio ones, whatever. So yeah, Grand Oracle. Actually, Grand Oracle, I have one. Gosh, it was way back in the day, but it was a kind of a very reddish skinned Orc. Oh, it was a Big Child creative sculpt. Yes. Yeah, it was a Big Child creative sculpt. Long before I ever had the ability to 3D print stuff. So I thought this could be an interesting skin tone to do a video on there, Camda. It's not one we really have done before. So I'll have to kind of look through my, especially my Loot Studios, and see what's possible there. Either that or the Artisan Guild, Orcs, or what's the other one I was thinking of too? Probably not Loot Studios, or probably not Archvillain. Let me get some of that here. Either that, or we sculpt our own in Eldritch Foundry. There is that too. Because I could swear... Hero Forge... Not Hero Forge. Not Convert. What am I thinking there? Raging Heroes. That's it. Raging Heroes. Because they had some, I know I have some of the Raging Heroes orcs printed out. That's it. Same deal here on this guy. Pop in some more of my light up in there. More up in here. Fingers, yeah, we need to do a little bit more lighter stuff on those fingers there. Definitely more up here on the shoulders and his neck. So Grand Oracle, if there's a particular month release from Loot Studios or something like that that you can offhand recall that had something that could work. Again, I'm pretty sure I've got at least a couple of orc figures already printed out from Loot Studios, with the thought of doing this very skin tone with them. Where those things are, we'll have to figure out where those might be. Can I get a little bit of light on his fingers there? Yeah. Yeah, there was a few of the 75 mil Loot Studios orcs that I printed out because I knew that we could try an interesting skin tone, something like this with them, instead of always the green. I've already done at least 4 different orc tutorials with, well, basically the green skin of various types. And again, the one that I did with the reddish skin, that was a long time ago. Actually, Landress, I ran across the original tube of Winton burnt umber. No, not burnt raw umber that we used to use as the original pre-glazed color years ago. Yep, that was one of those things I ran across in the one-to-one terrain project earlier today. Alright, we're almost ready to start doing, and we'll try to get some of this on the, like the cloth here and such. Oops, that's too much there. Let's retreat on that a little bit. And then again, you can't do that with acrylics, right? It's basically like we have an eraser. Yeah, it was really. Yeah, I tried opening up one of those those Michael Harding colors there, Landress, and I almost ripped the tube apart. So I've got to get one of the, those little the things you use for opening up jars, right? Because I mean, I can put a whole bunch more force on it to try and open it up, but I'll just rip the tube in half. That's no good. For obvious reasons. Okay, we did that. Now let's do the chromium oxide green. We'll get some of our fabulous umbar mixed in. So there's green and umbar mixed together. Let's see, January 20. Ooh, boy, Grand Oracle. That is, I think maybe I have that one. Ooh, that's right on the cusp of, and I know that Loot Studios was one of the very first ones. that I signed up for. I mean, obviously I can just go back to my loots, right, and see one way or another, Grand Oracle. Well, Landrest, I'll have to look into one of those. So back in the beginning, the only pre-glazed color we had was raw umber. And it didn't matter what we were doing, even if it was object source lighting or whatever. Back in the early days, the pre-glaze was just essentially raw umber, and it was the Winton stuff, and well, we pretty much just ended up wiping most of it away. So yep, the oxide green, well, it's available in regular oils too. It's not just an alkyd. We call it we call it the Terra Rosa of greens because it's essentially basically made out of metal oxide, so therefore it is hyper opaque. Essentially, again, a lot like Terra Rosa. So Grand Oracle, that's at that. Would you say January 2024? I bet you that's what I printed them out from, Grand Oracle. Yep, that's got to be it. Because that sounds about right. Because that's, well, gee whiz. Now it's getting to be closer to 2 years ago. So that must have been the one, Grand Oracle. Yeah, January 2024. So it's just the Windsor Newton. We showed this one on the last stream. Where the heck are you? And we've been using this in some of our tutorial videos as well. Now we're going to be doing a color theory in oils where we're comparing the greens. What was the last one? Well, we had some of the new not radiant colors. So again, that's it's a warmer green. It's not a dark green. But for all intents and purposes, it is very much opaque, just like, say, Terra Rosa, except it's green. All the other greens that we have, and again, there's no white mixed in. It's one thing to have, okay, phthalo green mixed with white. Okay, it's opaque. Fantastic. But it's got white mixed into it. And this should not have any white. I mean, I'll double check, but it shouldn't. And it does not. There is no white in there. So that is just, again, it's as opaque as Terra Rosa, but it's green. We'll continue with our somewhat green color on here. Then we're going to get into our rust stuff. Then we'll probably do the bases. Then we'll do our lightest stuff on the metals. Now, okay, we're going to get in. Speaking of radiant green, there's some radiant green that is going to join our mix over here. First on our Beserkers. And it's not really going to look like green. It's going to look more like a grayish green. That's what we want to see. It will have more of a greenish tone because what's it being compared to? It's being compared to this orangey reddish brown. Do some more of this here. And more green in here. Not as much to do with the armored Uruk Hai because most of this is covered. Guess what? By the chainmail and such. Lighter down there. More of that here. There we go. This way. Okay. I thought there was a piece of fuzz on the end of the brush. Now to these guys. Again, we're charging through 10 of these. Just like we did last night. And then we'll try to kill off the last 10. If there are still 10 left on the Monday stream. Because that's what we do. 3 streams, 1 army. So yeah, Camden, that has to be the one where I printed out some of the 72. I think there was 2 of them. They were probably, well, like, obviously like the hero guys. I don't think I printed out any of the busts, though. I don't remember printing out any of the busts. Let me do this here. What I'll do is I'll just go back to the January 2024 and probably just download it again instead of trying to look around for something that old. More of our lighter green there, and then we'll probably mix some of our light gray or our light blue, and yeah, just mix the light gray with this maybe now to take it even further off of just green. And again, that looks very much like a grayish green, and that the part of it again is the oxide green that provides that. All right, here's our lighter gray. Add that to the green. We just like last night, we didn't use any white till about 4.5 hours into the stream practically, and that's when we started doing the white hand, still like the final details on the white hand. And well, Camden, if you wanted to post your stuff again, I know you did like very early in the stream there. Again, please give Camden Paints a follow, because Camden paints the oils. So like I showed it to you there, Thranio, it's Winsor Newton. I showed it on the screen a couple of times there. Now that is the one I showed you there is the Griffin Alkyd, but there is a regular, so regular Winsor Newton if you don't want the Alkyd version of it. Obviously that's going to cost a little bit more because for whatever reason the Griffin Alkyds cost less. Because you were able to get right the oxide green and just regular Winsor Newton Camden. The other thing that it's handy, actually, oh yeah, Thranio, we used it in this one too. We had the oxide green out for this. So this is another one of our tutorial videos there that I just put up on the Patreon page. More of this, again, lighter grayish green. Just mix that really light gray with it. And that was helpful again to just kind of take it off of the green. We don't want it to be too much of a green. Thank you so much, Coffee Cat. Appreciate the raid. Everybody, please give Coffee Cat Presents a follow. So, Coffee Cat, if you would like to share some stuff in chat, I know you just finished that stream, but if you have some work in progress or Discord, Instas, something like that you would like to share, please go ahead and do that. So everybody again, please give Coffee Cat Presents a follow. So Coffee Cat, we're into our Orctober here. We are working on 10 more Uruk Hai. Last night we did 10 Uruk Hai. We did all the stuff. We did the TMM, this all with the oils. We did the skin tones, White Hand of Sauron. We did some blood effects, rust effects, all the effects on 10 of these guys. Tonight's, we're doing more of the Beserkers here. We also have just this little teensy bit of object source lighting on him. We do have some of the other stuff we were working on this week. This was our Thursday stream. It's a little bit different, but hey, look, it still has object source lighting technically. This is part of our maritime theme right there. We also did a World War II. Let's see. Oh, we painted HMS Hood. That's right. On Monday. So again, everybody, please give Coffee Cat Presents a follow. So yeah, on Monday we were painting one of our 1800 scale World War II ships. Some of our more recent stuff on stream, things like this is a bust that we sculpted in Eldritch Foundry, and we painted this up on stream. I think, was this last Saturday's stream or was this last Friday's? It was either a Friday or Saturday we painted that up. That was super fun. And again, everybody, please give Coffee Cats Presents a follow there. Yeah, we're working on 10 of these guys here, all with the oil paints. When they started out, they were just some brown primer. That's it. So after this last little bit here, and one more guy after this, we are going to be getting to some of our rust effects. We'll be doing that next. And they'll be darker / mid-tone rust effects also. They're not going to be the latest rust effects. That was some of the very last stuff we did in last night's episode. And we are using oil paints here. These are just regular oil paints right out of the tube. Here's some of our different brands. Oh, is that where you've been hiding there? So yeah, we got the Williamsburg, Gamblin, Windsor, Newton, and the here. Let me get a little bit more of this out here. It was Camda that the white, the titanium, regular titanium white from Paul Rubens was literally in the place it was supposed to be. I've actually picked it up and said, no, that can't be it multiple times. I kept thinking it was the zinc white Camda. Yep, totally lost track. It was literally in my hands several times over the last 3 streams, and I've still been looking. Even today, I was looking around for it. That's pretty much par for the course. We catch a little more light in there, okay. So yeah, go if you can't, again, I know if you want to take any pictures of what you just painted or did on stream, again, you can head off to the photo booth, do that, or if you just want to post some of your most recent work in progress stuff. There we go. They tried doing that land dress, but none of them would take me. They said it had something to do with the way certain health is maintained. They didn't think that was appropriate in a public setting. Let me get this lighter stuff in here. Also, right along there. You can't see this too much on the armored orcs, but on these guys for sure, you can see it just way more. So here, let's just take care of that here. So yeah, I don't know how many times over the last at least 2 days, if not 3 days, I picked this up and said, that's not the one I'm looking for, and this is very much the one I'm looking for. Now, I believe... Yeah, I was getting it confused with these, Camda, the new ones that you sent, because I've tried to keep these separate from the other ones, right? Because oh, and of course, look at this. See that? See that nasty zinc white right there? Yeah, multiple times I've picked it up and looked right at that and said, nope, that's not it. Where's... here we go. Again, just trying to find a little bit of light on some of these things here. Right along that edge, top of this. Here as well. Now, it solves that mystery, because again, I went down there again today, and it wouldn't even be an issue if I hadn't had to take all of my oil paintings, well, a huge chunk of my oil painting stuff down to that other filming area to film the video on painted backdrops. Yeah, that was the first time I had used oil paints down there. Yeah, wow, I wasn't kidding when I said you can't really see that one part on these guys. It's totally gone. Not even, yeah, I can't even see on alerts over here. Again, this we're doing alerts here. And he literally does look more like Lurtz than the GW figure. Which, again, I find really hilarious. Let me try to... maybe this. So that is the Mars Yellow Deep. We're just gonna drop a little bit of that on this here, and maybe on his feet is there. More of the Mars Yellow Deep, because Mars Yellow Deep, right, Landrast? More Mars Yellow Deep, more better. Now, actually, Thranduil, that Mars Yellow Deep, it's kind of the same principle as that Oxide Green. It's like the Terra Rosa of yellows, or sorry, yellow ochres. Wait a minute, wrong shelf. Oh look, Pigment Red 101. We are all Pigment Red 101. That's why we go to Oxide University, right, Camda? Yes, that's why we all attend Oxide University. Was that a Series 2 Landrast? Series 2. Series 2, yeah, I'm guessing all the Mars colors. Series 2, yeah. Unless it's not, but I'm pretty sure that it is Series 2. Let me hit this thing with a little bit of this light here. This crazy bow here. One second there, Michael. So yeah, just like the what were they? The recycled earth colors or whatever from Gamlin. That's what makes him so handy. Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I'm not sure if you already shared your stuff or not. So great to see you there, Michael. Hopefully the that little substitute teaching thing that you did there at the store doing the miniature painting worked out real well. Alright, now it is time to do our lighter rust. We'll start with this here. Darker rust incoming. Some of our umbar there mixed with it. Breaking this down. You can't really quite see it's off in the corner of the palette, but we're just going to hit a whole bunch of the thinner in there. Blammo, and we're going to do this kind of stuff again, doing the rusty stuff here. Yeah, it looks super shiny now, but in about 15-ish minutes or so, it's actually going to be very, very matte. It won't be dry, but it sets so quickly, being, well, fabulous Mars colors there. That's great. That's fantastic, Michael again. Everybody check out the stuff that Michael posted there. Shield, boom, and there we go. Just again, this is our darker rust. We will be making some lighter rust. Now let's not forget these greaves. Also, things like the sword. We're also going to do some blood effects on these, just like we did on our sword last night. So you can see we're starting to get into the darker rust colors now on these guys. Helmet. And you can see this kind of settles down into all of the, look at that. That's very much a pin line wash right there. We're just touching the brush to it, not doing this. We're just touching the brush to it. That's it. Tap, and that is it. Okay, did the greaves. Now, alerts, same thing. Yeah, there's no, I couldn't tell you the last time I had the windows open here. since I have window air conditioning units, technically the windows are open. I guess you could say that. You would have to kick out the air conditioner, which is screwed and taped into the window, so you'd have some work. It would be easier for you to go through a window than it would be to go through the window with the air conditioner unit. Also, too, that thing weighs about 110 pounds. If that were to fall backwards on you, that would probably that would sting a little bit. It is one of the reasons for the. Well, I'm glad that I'm doing all the the Pilates bar with the 40-pound. What is that? The straps on it that you, or the rubber things, because that helps when you need to be jiggling around like a 112-pound air conditioner. Yeah, there's only 2 seasons in Chicago. There's winter and construction. All those lovely fall colors and all that kind of stuff. You can time those here with, well, don't even use a stopwatch because that would take too long. As soon as the hint of color shows up on any leaves, that's when you get the 50-mile-an-hour winds for about a week and a half. And it usually is in the 50s or the 40s or something like that. And those leaves are somewhere in Missouri or something like that, or who knows where they end up. Probably somewhere in Indiana or Ohio. Yeah, our seasons are very much randomized now. It's, do you want the December or the January where it's 60 degrees or 65 degrees, or the part where it's 10 below for a week and a half? And those could just be like, okay, 1 week it's 20 below zero for 2 days, and then the very next week it'll be in the high 50s. Is this the last one I got? Well, no, we got to go to our Beserkers and put this rusty color on their swords. That's right. Let's not forget these greaves, though. So then we're going to be working on the bases. That will give us the time for all this to set. And then we can do the lightest of our metal colors. But that's we can't have all that shiny stuff there. Yeah, that's pretty much, well, I don't know if it's going to be, it's not going to be 39 degrees out there tonight. Now, that would be maybe different in the non-urban environment. But here in the urban environment with the concrete island, we kind of retain that heat. Now, of course, if we had an easterly wind, then that would take the lake would be cooling things down here. In the wintertime, the lake breeze warms things up. In the summertime, it will cool things down substantially. Almost forgot his rust on the helmet there. You too, blammo. Okay, we already did you. And we'll do the same blood effect stuff that we did last night. That's going to take out the Pearling Crimson, and then we'll use the Alkyd Medium. Fine, we'll throw a little bit more rust back there. Whatevs. Alright, oh, base hit, that's right. Let's get down to the base, that's right, because we want this to have a chance to set. We'll do the bases. Some of our indigo here. Some of our violet. Now that'll make it too green. Too green, want that. Let's see what we got here as far as a mid-tone-ish for the bases, which is also not going to be our source light color either. Are these skelly friends or just rocks? Those are just rocks. Oh, our weathering powders. Gee whiz. That's what we'll do right after this, is do our weathering powders. Holy smokies. I knew I was forgetting something. I'm like, wait a minute. What are we forgetting here? I almost forgot the weathering powder. So after we do this, this is good because we'll have the freshly applied oils there, which means our weathering powders are going to adhere to these. It's almost like we're putting down glue here. Yeah, so Artemisico, there's times here where it's humidity that would make people on the equator go, man, that's nasty. And then there's other times where it is almost desert-like dryness. And that can sometimes happen just like, again, almost in the same week. Now, I am known for saying in Chicago you can experience all 4 seasons in 1 week, but you can also experience all 4 seasons in 1 day, which has happened multiple times. When it happened during Adepticon, that is when people really, that kind of terrified folks, because I told them for years, and none of them ever believed me until they experienced that very thing. Yep, it started out as basically fall/spring, then turned to winter, and then turned to summer. And in fact, it didn't take 24 hours. It took a grand total of about 8. Yeah, it went from the mid-50s into the low 30s and then into the 70s. In just a matter of hours. Terrifying all the children. Does this have skelly friends? So a lot of these have skelly friends on them. But first things first, we're going to hit them with the weathering powders. Again, just like we did with these guys here. You can see some of it. See that on the base right there? Let me grab this. There we go. So, time to utilize this and get ourselves some weathery powder things going on here. Alright, let me move all these guys out of the way. Alright, here we go. And again, we got the wet oil paint there. We're also going to put some of this on their feetses. What does that mean? It means I don't have to put a whole bunch of detailed stuff on their feetses. Yeah, we've had that a few times, Artemisico, certainly nowhere near as many times as you guys have had that. You guys have probably had that almost like at least once or twice a year. That is much more rare here. Yeah, I was looking at this going, there's a whole bunch more we're going to have to paint on these bases. Oh, that's right, we haven't done this yet. That would be why. And we are just going to hammer right on through these. This is what we've been doing on our Trench Crusade stuff, if you recall. So now we got, that looks very, very different, right, Camda, from how these Beserkers looked initially, and especially now with these powders on here. And the mud slash dirt on their feet. Boom again here. And we'll work some and some lighter stuff into the skelly friends there as well. Other thing we have to do is I want to get the black around the edge here, because I need that to see, okay, where are we at with our base as far as the colors on the base, the values. Are we too light, too dark, whatever? Nice to see you there, Arid. I hope the stream went very well. Erdican Games was here earlier. And again, hopefully Erdican Games was able to maybe get caught up on some things. And here's hoping today was a little bit easier for you. Not so much with the shenanigans. How's about we welcome in Wolf TV? How you doing? So Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody please give Irid a Canwife, and also please give Wolf6 TV a follow. So Wolf6, I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. I know you just finished your stream, but if you got any Discord links or something like that that you would like to share, that's fantastic. We are painting up a whole big batch of our Uruk Hai here. We're doing 10 of them at once. We have alerts here. We've got berserkers as well. And we did 10 of them last night. We did some pikes. We did swords and boards. We did blood effects, rust effects, dust effects, mud effects, all the effects, all in one stream. And we are, again, using oil paints. Well, except now we're using a bit of weathering powders. But yeah, we're using, again, just regular old oil paints here out of the tube. Start to finish. They all looked like this. So I mean, even think here, you know, something like that. Well, it actually looked like that. Oh, 3 hours and 7 minutes ago. Oh, 3 hours, 7 minutes. One of our last streams before that was something very different, like this right here. That's very much different than well, these guys right here. But guess what? It's the same exact oil paint. It is literally the same oil paint. And of course, lately we've been doing a bunch of our Battlestar Galactica ships. Guess what? Same oil paint. Busts. Same oil paint. Literally the same paints that we're... Actually, the paint I just used for Rust is the same paint we used on the skin tone there. So again, everybody please check out that Pinterest link that Erdican Wife just shared. Please give Erdican Wife a follow. So that's good, Erid. I don't want to jinx anything. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm just going to say that's great. I almost, you know what, I almost jinxed it there, Erid. I came super close. Sorry about that. I almost said something at that. Ooh, that is a bad idea. That is tempting. That is tempting the fates, right, Erid? We don't want to be doing that. That's a bad idea. Now that will pretty much do it there for said weathering powders. Let's get this thing out of the way like we do now. What I'm going to also do here is we're going to get that blackest black on the edges of the bases. Then we've got to do the lighter metal. That's it. Yep, that's the next thing after this here. Because to be able to do the white hand and stuff and see, okay, how light do we really want to go with that? We need to have that lightest metal in place already. So again, this is not the blackest black or Darth Max or anything like that. This is the golden acrylics. I mean, it's relatively dark, but it's not as flat as those other ones, so therefore it's got a little bit of reflectivity and it's not going to appear as dark. But it's also much more solid, less likely to wear off, so I use that kind of as the precursor. I use this first, then put the Darth Maul over the top of that, or blackest black or whatever. Well, look at that. Big difference, see? All of a sudden our powders, those don't look so dark anymore, do they? This is why we don't use the black primer. This is why we don't use the white primer. Anything next to black is going to look light. Anything next to white is going to look too dark. So we either use that sort of kind of dark brown primer or the neutral gray primer. For our ships, sometimes I'll do the dark blue primer. So great to see you there, Irid. And again, Wolf 6, if you want to share anything in the chat, that'd be sensational. You want to shout yourself out or whatever in the channel, also sensational. Boy, look at the big difference that made. Look at how even the gray, because I was looking at the grays here, I'm like, well, I don't know, do I want to get darker with those? I was going to go lighter with them. Now that I see this, it's like, no, we could actually go a little darker with those. Everything is relative. Context matters a lot. Boom. So yeah, we're working on 10 of these guys here on our Monday stream. We'll just try and finish on. There's, I think, at least 10 more, including the banner bearer. Usually on Armada Mondays, we paint something like either our BSG ship or, you know, something like this here, like a Roma. But I've got all these prepped, and I really need to have basically it'd be one army in 3 streams, 30 miniatures, 3 streams. Need them for photography, so gotta get them going. There. We even have some very nifty music for the Army Showcase video. You wouldn't think it would make that big a deal, right, Artemichael? But boy, it actually does. And of course, you know, if we're using the blackest black for painting the bases, it's the most expensive base painting material ever, right, Artemichael? But it does make a difference when it comes to photography. Even that Necron diorama, I used the Darth Max on the base, and that plinth, I guess maybe you would call it, that makes a big difference. So I think there's still 3 more after this guy here. Alright, we got this going here. There we go. Down into here. And now our weathering powders, again, those really stand out. So we're at, what, 3 hours, 14 minutes. So after this, lightest of our metal colors, and yes, we're doing TMM with the oils. All oils start to finish. No zenithal, nothing like that. Once the lightest of our metals is done, then we'll go back to the bases and do the lightest stuff on the bases. Then we'll go back and do all our white hand markings and such. And then pretty much the last thing was the lightest rust. I'm pretty sure that was the last thing we did on our Uruk Hai last night. We're almost good to go here. This is the last one we need to do this on. Again, we're just blasting our way through these. I think we've done a couple of our kind of mini Saturday challenges. We did the dwarves. Remember, we did 10 dwarves in like a 5+ hour stream. Same thing with Army of the Dead. Alright, and that takes care of those. Now let's get the cap on this guy and just, now I can't use my, I almost stuck this into my thinner to thin it down a little bit. No, we need regular water there to clean this baby out. Good enough. And now we'll use that very same brush. I might need to get more on my iridescent pearl white out here. I think we already... No, not over here. I was going to say we already did our lighter metal probably on this, but no, not really. Again, we're going to take a blending brush to that. Get rid of some of that paint so we can do more of a dry brush. There we go. His helm, let's start with his choppy thing first. Now the helmet. There's a little bit of chainmail there. So you can see that that kind of takes away some of the rusty stuff in a few places. But it's still there. You can see the rust is there. You can see our darker metal still in place. Look at that. And again, this is all with oil paints. This is not acrylic or anything like that. Just all straight up oils. Let's hit some of that up here and then over there. And on this surface, then we're also going to... Oh, our blood effects. That's right. Actually, I think I'll do the blood effects next because that'll give the... on stuff like the helmets, yeah, we need to give that a little more time to set so that we can do the white hand markings on there. Again, a little hint is right over here. You can see how that's starts to have a little bit more of a shine to it, but not too much. Let's do that up here. So instant Isengard army. Just add Alkids and poof, you have yourself an instant Uruk Hai army. One more stream, boom. big old Uruk Hai army where I had none ever. These are the very first Uruk Hai figures I've ever actually painted. And I've been painting Lord of the Rings figures since 2003, early 2003. Just wait, what, Art Michael? Just wait, 23 years eventually. Oh yeah, just, was it last month? It was the first time I had a chance to paint King Elisar. I don't know how many Aragorn miniatures I must have painted over the course of 23 years, none of which were King Elisar, especially not on horseback. Fine, a little bit of the metal on there. Again, just chuck in some of our lighter metals. It will be a little more precise, but I want to do the blood effect stuff first. There were so many pikes and guys with the crossbows last night. There was only a couple of guys where we had to do the blood effects. Let's maybe really 3 or so. This is different. Basically, everybody here, except for one, has themselves a sword and shield, and or a shield. Speaking of shield here, let's get a little bit of our... So you can see all the dark is in there already, because we got our darker glazy thing in there. Now you can look at that. It's like some of that rust is worn away. There's your weathering. And try not to get that too light, because our white hand symbology that's coming. Also, don't want to take away too much of our oxidization. It's all about the oxides here. So Thranduil, the initial layer, just like yesterday and just like earlier today, was iridescent pearl white mixed with Van Dyke brown, some of the Mars black. Then we did the darker glaze stuff over the top of it. Right now, this is basically just straight up iridescent pearl white. It is not mixed with anything. But the initial stuff is way down over here, and you can see how much darker that is. And again, that was the Van Dyke brown and some of the Mars black mixed together with the iridescent pearl white. Because remember, as long as you've got yourself a non-opaque color and you're mixing that with the iridescent pearl white, you will have a different flavor of metallic color. So if you take pearline crimson and mix it with your iridescent pearl white, you will have a deep metallic crimson, which is really fabulous. Hit this too. Man, yeah, we'll be doing some more precise stuff with this. I'm just trying to get a little bit of this on here before we do our blood effects. And that's a very simple thing. Again, that's just the alkyd media mixed with, and in this case it's going to be the pearline crimson again. I have it. I'm going to use it. Let me make sure we get some of that on the greaves here. And again, see, we've got the weathering powders down there, so their feet look like they've been walking around in mud. Yeah, I gotta say, Landres, it's really, really wild doing. This is by far the most figures I've ever done in this small of a time frame with any kind of TMM. Even the Minas Tirith stuff, yeah, those were TMM, but we did those in smaller batches really far apart. As in very far apart. Uh, one of them was a stream, and then another one was a batch of them for the army painting video, or series anyway, because we did an army painting series on Gondor. Now there, I'm pretty sure we were accessing the interference colors to do some of the Sky Earth TMM. Yes, you can do Sky Earth TMM. Alright, there is all of our... That's it. Now let's get this brush here. Perling Crimson. That's not Pearl, that's India Red. All series... Well, no, series 6. It's practically a steel, right, Landrast? It's series 6. Now, some of the Alkyd medium, not too much of it. In fact, I think I'm just going to put that in a separate container if I have some kind of separate container to use. I know that I do here. Ah, here we go. Here's some more of them that I also found earlier today during that 1-to-1 terrain scale project. So that's going to go over here. Where's my Perling Crimson? We will mix these together. Not too much of that medium, though. Yeah, you don't want to do too much of that. Now here, nah, not on him. He's got all the glowy stuff. And looky here. So it gives it a little bit of translucency. It gives it a little extra bite. Look at that. Nifty little... I mean, that's as simple of a blood effect as it gets. And unlike other blood effects where we'd have to wait, right, for our paint to dry and then do acrylic blood effects over the top, well, it's we're doing it all at once, just like our weathering powders. One effect, no waiting. Maybe even a little touch of it down here on the base. Just because. So yeah, Thranio, I don't know if you've had a chance to see the Necron series at all. But we certainly make a pretty heavy use of the iridescent pearl white on that one for sure. And then the in episode 2, the interference green, and then in episode 3, that's where the interference blue is introduced. So again, we're just doing some fun little blood effect. Yeah, you know what? Let me do this here. Now for this guy. Boom. And we're just kind of doing these little streaks and smears and such. Let's have it go this way. I'm gonna get more of our regular paint, not always too much of the medium. Okay, I might need that to extend all the way over here. And I'm gonna just get some of that on his hands because, oh, guess what? I don't really have to paint too much on the hands. Again, let that spread. That's too much there. We'll get rid of some of that. And again, it's not like every single sword or choppy thing has to be just covered in stuff. And who knows, maybe after all this stuff does dry, we try to take some of the dirty down and we do some blood drips or whatever off of the swords and such. Oh yeah, skelly friends, we have to do those. But I think the next thing after this will be the basically your white hand of Saruman markings. Well, the crossbow guy doesn't need that. Okay, and here, let me thin this down a little. And then extend that out over the top here. Underside, like you do. Fine, we'll actually maybe put a little bit of this here on the little spiky bits there on his shield. Alerts. This side. Get some of that on his shield here. There we are. So again, nice little quickie bullet effects, and let's do it. 3 hours, 33 minutes. Underside again with the, and we're not going to do the blood effects on his shield. We already have done it on 2 of them. So we'll not do that on this one or the next one. So there's more of our blood effect. One more got to do this on here. Maybe let gravity kind of influence what we're doing with this. Alright, it's just rolling on down this way. Maybe onto the rocks here, just for funsies. And now we kind of need to do the darkest of our stuff. So I'm going to take some of the Mars Black. We'll mix that in our... Whoops, too much of the... Don't want too much of our medium getting mixed in there. How dark is this? Okay, there we go. So I'm just gonna work through this, maybe even a little touch of thinner. Where's alerts? Nope, more of our dark. Okay, let's try this. More so on the shield, not quite so much on the sword there. Same with this guy. Again, the darker coagulated blood there on the shield. Hitting these. Again, with that much more coagulated blood mix there. I think I might have used one of those Thranduil. I know I've used the Michael Graham. But I think I might have used the Michael Harding. Other folks, I think they have. I don't remember who has used them. And I can't remember if they said that they liked them or not. Hey there, Sector X. Great to see ya. Hopefully things are going reasonably well. Not sure if you're just popping in super quick here before you go back and start doing some other stuff again, some more work there. Alright, let me get maybe this and we'll start doing our white hand stuff. Just have to, here, let me get some thinner on a couple of our, yeah, some of our stuff there, maybe this too. Yeah, hashtag no sleep in Wapelville, right, Sector X? None of that weak stuff here. That's what the humans do. Alright, let's get the nice little palmy print on here. Palm print there. Might even try to get a little something on the chompers there. Maybe we'll have one going this way here. Straight over the top. Thumb here. I wonder if it actually used to be even thinner. Maybe it does. Sure enough, that's what it is. Had to actually make that thinner. Go figure. So we'll make it thinner then, okay. But we only pretty much just get one shot at it, then we gotta refresh. One more finger. Down and around. Thumb. Some chompers there. Extend that a little further. So sorry you're not really able to get away for work enough to get yourself some sleep. But that is the way of things here, right, Sector X? Not when your last known day off was in 1989. That's when you know that there was hashtag no sleep in Wampoville. Let's do this here. Okay, a little bit more light there. Now, these helmets a little different approach to the white hand. They've got a little more shape on them, not quite just a little quick, simple dome like our Berserker guys. Get his thumb there. Yeah, I'm not really sure what those are meant to be. I guess those are days where you don't work. I'm not quite familiar with that concept. Again, that's must be some kind of human custom or something like that. Not that we adhere to those things. Now, Lurtzy Boy gonna also have his. Actually, I think I got me a rig. Let me try to find that Lord's reference super quick here. Where are you at? There you are. Ah, that goes in a very different direction, doesn't it? Okay. Comes down here. Around the nose. Does it go up a little further? Let's see if we can do a little bit more up there. Okay, that's gonna have to be good enough. Now he's hoping that things do chill out for you a bit there, Sector X. I guess we're getting closer to that 9,500. We're at 9497 as far as the follower count goes. Can appreciate all of the follows. So does Gandalf, obviously. Nope, that is way too much paint on there. We're gonna get that off of there. Last guy for this. Here, let me get rid of this reference. We don't really need that right now. More thinner. And again, even this is not our whitest white or whatever you want to call it. We're saving that. And that'll be some of the final things that we do. Okay, good enough there. That's it. Alright, let's go back to things like the rocks real quick here, especially while we have some lighter colors active. Thanks, Gamda. Appreciate that. it's kind of scary how fast these armies are coming into existence, right, Camda? It used to be that, well, it took maybe a few weeks with the streams for an army to happen. Maybe 4 or 5 guys at a time, but now it's like every day is a Saturday challenge. Just like every color is Pigment Red 101, every stream is now a Saturday challenge. So I guess you could say that the stream yesterday was we did 10 color test figures. And that's why these are going even faster because, well, guess what? We kind of worked out what we needed to know with those 10 last night. We created a very quick process. And now we're trying to lock in and hone in that process. And get these babies cranked out even faster. Well, Camda, obviously we don't have any physical proof that Armored Wolf is indeed at Las Vegas Open instead of maybe sitting next to me over here. It is in theory possible that instead it was all just a bit of trickery. And this whole, Armored Wolf living in Alaska thing is it's all just a clever ruse. Not sure who it's meant to ruse, but it's a ruse maybe. I mean, we also say that Recoil, is a fellow Aussie, but who knows? What if I didn't actually live in Chicago, Camda? What if I actually was living down under and going to footy games all this time? I mean, it's not like there's any natural daylight in this room. You can't tell. It could, who knows, it could be broad daylight here. Let's see, it could just be, well, closing in on supper time around here. Oh yeah, there it is. So it all, see, even the ruse is a ruse, Gamda. That's, we layer the ruse on top of other ruses, so that way you can't figure out what's going on. And that might have gotten too light there. So it will tap some of it away. Are these rocks or skelly friends? Oh, those are skelly friends, okay. Those are rocks. Oh, that's right, that's the other, well, that animation didn't quite go the way I'd want. I had to redo the big acrylic animation. Didn't quite work the way I wanted. Yes, the whole thing is designed to steal the cadmium gray secret, right, from Welshlandia. I mean, we were the first ones, right, to break the true secret that before the Atlanteans there were the Welshlandians. And they had that superior technology because they created the anti-death orb shield. And they warned the Atlanteans, you guys don't want to hang out there. We know what's underneath there. You don't want to be hanging out there. It could be problems. And the Atlanteans kind of pulled a Denethor and said, what could possibly go wrong? And that didn't play out too well for him, now did it? Get rid of that now. Yes, what was it? I forget what some of the crazy, like space aliens or ancient aliens, whatever the TV show is called. It's supposed to be on a channel that does documentaries. But we know the truth, right, about the ancient Welshlandians. So unlike the Atlanteans, the Welshlandians again created that anti-death orb shield, so therefore they have survived all these centuries. Rocking and rolling on our bases. See what I did there, Camda? Yeah, I said that. We'll probably need to hit a few more. Yeah, we'll try to get our latest metallic stuff in here too. That's not just trying to dry brush a little bit of it on there. Also, there's a bunch of skelly friends on these. We'll have to get down and do some more specific stuff on the skelly friends too. I've never seen that show. I think was it like it's something that used to be actually a documentary channel. Was Discovery Channel? Is that what it's called? Again, don't have cable, so don't know. Whatever the channel is, it's supposed to have documentaries. Alright, yeah, we'll get probably some of our Mars Yellow Deep involved, and some of our Naples, some of the, that's right, some of our Violet too for doing the somewhat lighter stuff on the Skelly friends there. They got a lot of skulls on the bases here. And again, these were the bases from Papal 3D, the same place that did the miniatures. Just to save time, normally I do my own bases, but here, again, we had to really get these things going fast. So I just just printed out the bases and used those. More skelly friends there. A whole big pile of them here. Well, there's a big old pile of them. Those are rocks. I think that's also a skelly friend there and not a rock. And now we're closing in on hour 4, so we're pretty much on target with where we were on our batch of 10 last night. And again, next stream on Monday, I think we're just going to try and finish off the rest of this army here. Let's hit these couple of rocks along the edge now. Along here. Blending brush to that. I was getting a little too happy there, a little too late. more there, okay. Doing this. And that's good enough for him because everything else has the source lighting. Alright, let me search out the ones that have skulls on them like this. Mars Yellow Deep. And some of our violet. Come on, there we go. Skulls, skulls, skulls. The lighter stuff now on the skulls. We don't want them to be the whole bleached bone thing because guess what? In this kind of environment, they were more likely to be black than they would be that nice little laboratory, very clean, bleached out skull. Yeah, that's not really the color that skulls and bones are. Again, outside of some super parched landscape or a laboratory. What do we got here? We got that. Yep. No scullies there. Skellies here. So from a dark gray to this almost somewhat of a tan color. Let's get a little bit of the violet in there to make sure it doesn't get too yellow. And there's quite a few skellies on here. There's another one all the way back there. And we lighten this up just like we did on the other one. Also here. On the eye sockets. So yeah, if they're just laying around in the ground, they're going to start to acquire the various, as they get wet and such, they're going to acquire the minerals that are in the soil. Those are going to soak into the bones there, and it's going to basically stain them and effectively turn them black. More scullies here. Yep, all the way back in there. I was tempted to actually maybe add some more skulls on a couple of these. I don't think I added any basing bits on any of these guys. I did that with the dwarves. Just added some of the Make It Epic basing skulls and such, but these guys, nah. I'm going to use you as a blending brush, I think. So is this, yeah, this is alerts. Yeah, that's alerts. Okay, with the lighter, so yeah, let me get a little something here on the quiver maybe. Either that or maybe I need to go darker with that. Now, thanks, Camda. Wasn't, I just kept thinking I've never actually had a chance to paint him. Well, if I haven't really ever done an Uruk Hai army, there was, I thought, well, sometimes there's some of the characters that I might have painted. But no, not even Lurtz, just as a character, separate figure or whatever. No skillies there. This one, I think, has skillies. Yep, that one has skillies. So we go back to a much darker skilly mix. Do this. Then we'll go over it with the lighter stuff, too. Even hitting his foot with that. So, Camden, I think you can see how we're just, not doing the mixing on the palette really at all. That this is where all the mixing pretty much happens. I mean, it's not like there's none that happens on the palette, but it really is mostly on the figures themselves. It's just interesting, Camda, that there is no such thing as Lurtz in the books. There is no Lurtz. That was just a created one. I remember one of the, I don't know if it was probably the Broken Sword or something like that. I think they did essentially an episode where they were kind of saying, okay, what was the purpose behind him? What was kind of like how they didn't do Prince Imrahil, so they just had this person and this person. Same thing with Glorfindel. They basically had Arwen do stuff that Glorfindel did, and they didn't want to introduce Imrahil either, so they had somebody else do what he did. But yeah, the whole thing of why create Lurtz? Why was that character necessary? Was it to try and make it more of a scary thing at Am and Hen? Where Aragorn and Lurtz could go one-on-one, where I don't think anything like that actually happened in the books. There was no, I don't think there was a big climactic mano-a-mano fight there in the book. With such a character, where's my, there it is. Let me grab this brush here. Now, some of our really light stuff here. I almost reached for the for Alkyd medium there. That would not have been handy. Move you. Speaking of which, that's what we're actually doing, is reinforcing our white hands. We are about to get handy here. Just thin enough to flow, but not too much. Because remember, we thinned this down a decent amount just to get this stuff on here. We really don't want to thin that down anymore. Okay, oh yeah, do we actually hit? Okay, we have all the fingers we need on this. We just need to lighten those up. Chompers there. Now, some of these guys also did have like a second handprint on them. Let me try and scare up that reference too. Like this. Okay. And this one here. We'll have to go back into our faces with a little bit of the dark too. Actually, Diwali also has set back because I have other Uruk Hai-ish type things that are printed up right from Kurz. Look, printing goes ever on Diwali. Now, where's my... Yeah, maybe a little bit of the umbar in there too. That stock needs a little something on there. Can't all just be that really dark stuff. Let me see, we might even go a little bit lighter with the minus light on our skulls and a couple of these here. I mean, I can also try to add. So we have all our homemade grass tufts too. We might throw some of that on these. Although it's kind of maybe even a bit more interesting to just have the blasted landscape here with no scrub at all. Now, oh, there we go. Yep. That stands out much more. Got our alerts here. Now, was it 4 hours, 7 minutes ago? These guys all looked like that. There was no powders or rust or blood or TMM or anything at all. Where's my... here, let me get this alertsy boy up here. Let's do a little bit more on his face if we can. Now I'm going to try to get even a little bit more of the Rosa color here. And some of these other parts. His nose actually does not have the white paint on there, at least according to my reference. Now that's right, we have to, speaking of which, we'll have to do our lightest rust color too. There's some of my brown. Find a little bit of dark in that. Actually, they almost show alerts more as having the Berserker color on him. Alright, there's our semi-yellowish color there. Eyes. Might try to get a couple little other, not green, not brownish colors here. A little bit of this. Oh, what is it? The not it's right next to the Mars Yellow Deep. No, this is the Naples Yellow here. Maybe throw a little bit of that on some of the skulls. Is that? Oh yeah, that's a little thing that's holding the his bow tool in there. Some kind of strap. Nah, that's gotta get thin. I'm trying to get something a little bit more reddish or orangey for the eyes here. Nice to see you there, Symes. Happy Sunday. Yep, Symes, we've got another 10 guys. We did 10 of these last night. I think a bunch of pikes and a bunch of crossbow guys. This has been a combo of alerts, more shield guys, and some of the berserkers. Now let me try to go a bit lighter on some of our rust here. A little bit of that Mars Yellow Deep in there, just like what we did last night. So great to see you again, Symes. We will be doing another batch of these on the Monday stream, so we won't have our usual Armada Mondays this week coming up. Because I just want to make sure we get through these guys real quick, get the whole batch of them painted up, out of the way. Some rust there. Again, doing some of this much lighter rust here. Not so much of this to do on our berserkers, because they have very little. Basically just have the swords, not much else that's metal. So yeah, we got 10 more that we've been doing here, Symes. 4 hours, 13 minutes ago. Yeah, they all looked just like this guy here. It's the wonder of the oil paint, right, Symes? At one time, of course, also too, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, like always, go ahead and do that. Let me swing over to these guys around me. A little bit more of the Mars Yellow Deep in there. Again, this is for our lightest rust here. And then we'll try to get some of our final latest Mithril Silver or Iridescent Pearl White is what it really is. I'm pretty sure if you were to be able to find the pigment info in something like that or any of these metal mediums, you would see Iridescent Pearl White. I only say this because I was helping the Creature Caster folks to make their paint line. And of course, that was one of the things I had most interest in. And they, one of the jars they sent, with the handwritten labels on there, one of them said like iridescent something. So that was what gave me the hint that, that's what you might be using to make your metal stuff out of. So yeah, Symes, these are the ones 3D printed from Papal 3D. My Mini Factory. Pretty sure this was the September release, and ironically enough, the October release is, I believe, Warg's. Because of course. Oh yeah, yeah, this will really need some of our lightest rust here. Yeah, some of our lightest rust here. Yeah, all that is Terra Rossa, Mars Yellow Deep, or Mars Orange, if that's what you got. Or what, Venetian Red, that's again mostly the same thing. There's slight differences. And not going too bonkers with rust everywhere, but a decent amount, getting that around. I spot a little bit of that on his sword up there. His crazy little head crest thing. Now we're going to backtrack this away again with our lighter rust color here. And then the lightest of the metal colors. Whatever little dark recess type things that we need to kind of strengthen after that. Because remember the metallic, the iridescent pearl white, the interference colors, they have a very thick consistency to them. It's hard to do little thin edges, so sometimes you do that first and then you come back with the darker color and just sort of like cut away some of the some of the excess or whatever. It's almost like you're erasing it a little bit. Again, some of that rust over here on the greaves. We also again weathering powders, a nice way to get through the whole mud and dust effect on the feetses, and like real quick. Like the first started doing that with my bolt action armies, and that worked really well. Also, it meant that I did not have to spend a whole bunch of time painting boots. I just said, nah, how's about a whole bunch of mud and dirt? Which is what my boots look like, and I only, okay, the most dirt they're going to get subjected to is when I'm digging trenches by, either in the yard or by the house, doing all the anti-flood stuff. Alrighty. Doing that now. Yeah, we'll try to get a little bit of this lightest rust maybe on the helmets, but yeah, not too much needed there. Oh, wait a minute. You grab this other brush and grab some of this, and nope, we need more for iridescent pearl white. Boom. There. Alright, good enough. Some again on the sword. So yeah, now we're, well, let's see, we're 4 hours, 19 minutes, and what was our, it was 5+ hours, pretty sure, on the stream last night. So again, we're keeping pace. Never did any of our rust over there. we'll take some of my brown here and some of the Van Dyke brown. So some of the umbar and some of the Van Dyke brown. We're going to try and, again, do some darker little edge cleanup here. Some stuff on the faces too, I think, especially this guy here. Because that is a little bit much right there. Some cleanup here on this belt a little. Not a ton on these guys, but I think especially on our guys with the sword and shield with the segmented armor. There's some of those armor segments I want to try to tighten up a bit. And again, we're at it where you can see we're moving quick. We don't fool around. We don't linger too long on one. We're constantly moving, which, what's the other benefit of that? With the oils, right? We don't want to be too hasty, Camda. We don't want to be hasty. And just keep kind of hammering away at one part of the miniature. You got to keep moving. That's what allows the paint to set. And it's way easier. You want to get more paint on that figure, or kind of manipulate a color or something like that. It's a lot easier to do it once that's had the chance to set. Now that's not dry. That's a whole different thing. Paint is not dry, but it has had a chance to set. Think of it like bread in a proving jar, or you're doing pottery or something. You're not going to take your pot, throw your clay pot and then just chuck it in the oven and then watch it crack or explode or whatever. No, you're going to let that sit there. Maybe even do a little bit of preheating of it to dry that out completely. So then you put it in the kiln and it doesn't explode. That is much better. Non-exploding pottery is better. Try to do a little bit of the dark along that edge. Didn't need to. Well, we might have to come back with some of our lighter stuff on him. Again, with our dark brown mix. Yeah, see, like here, it's an edge we want to darken, but also, yeah, see, there's some of the skin color that went over the top of that. And just carve that away, clean it up. Not a problem. Yeah, here that I'm going to separate that a little. Also, we need the same thing on both parts of his mouth here. The upper and lower part there. Yeah, that got a little crazy. Now we're into our armored units here, so now we're going to try to again clean up some of these little armor segments. Yep, like here. And then when we come back in with our lightest middle coat, that should even contrast more. Because with TMM, just like with non-metallic, you have got to have the reflected colors, the reflected light. There's just not as much of it here because, well, there's so much of the kind of corrosion and dirt and everything going on. So you can see we're constantly moving on to the next one. We spent, maybe 5-ish minutes at any one time, maybe 10 on the figure, and then we proceed. We keep moving on. No lingering. He who lingers makes only mud. So again, that's kind of almost like a non-metallic effect there, dark, and then it gets lighter as it gets down. Potentially reflecting the ground or something. Two alerts. We need to do some stuffs with his hair. Let me try the darker stuff first, and then we'll see if we need to go into this with some lighter highlights, maybe on some parts of that hair. When in doubt, though, make things darker. Probably, yeah. This is where we lost some of our darks in there. Give him some eyes here. Maybe darken down the hair. So guys, this is mostly Van Dyke brown. There's a little bit of our Mars black in there too. Remember the feathers on the arrows, at least as they showed them, were pretty much just black. That same dark. Let's try to see if we can give him some measure of it. Pupils there. More more separation right over here. This bit of cloth from the legs might need to get me a little bit more of our lighter metal color. That's again another thing that I want to do after this. The dark here. One more to do with this. So let's see, I think we've got at least maybe 3 more pikes to do. 2 or 3 more pikes. I'm not sure there's any swordsmen. There's again the banner guy. And we have to choose with that banner. Which direction are we going? Are we just going to do a super simple like children's drawing of a white hand? Or are we going to try and do something more ornate? That maybe has an image of Isengard, so we have to kind of choose one way or another. I might even do a little GPT thing where I have it try both kinds of designs on a banner. I mean, if it's an orc thing, maybe just be on the white hand because, well, the song that I created for the army showcase video is all about the white hand, so that's probably the symbology we'll just have to go with, keeping it simple. So, yep, Symes, these will be on that new Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So, again, we can't have highlights anymore because Twitch, so they're going to go here. There's no ads on this channel. All of the highlights go there. We just put, this one's on there. I think actually the dwarves are on there too. I know all of our new Wapelius Spellbrush figures, those are on there too. And of course, we've been putting our ships on there, and even our paintings. And again, that is on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. We also have some of them on the main channel too, but there's even more of them. Again, that's where they're all going to pretty much be living, is there on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So go subscribe to that. The one advantage, obviously it was way easier just to be able to do Twitch highlights, but the one advantage of the YouTube thing is that there's playlists. So if you want to look for, well, anything Middle Earth, you just literally type in, I want to see Middle Earth strategy battle game stuff. And you can go right there to it. I hope that's very fun for you there, Symes. Hope it's got lots of good advice and tutorials and whatever in it, for sure. Yeah, well, this is also going to go up on the YouTube channel, just like all of our, well, space landscapes. Which, yeah, now they're, let's see, where's one of our space, here's one. Yeah, there's a space landscape now. And yeah, all of those also on the YouTube channel. There's even, some of the very old episodes. There's some of the sculpting stuff on there. Here we go. No, don't want that on the... Don't need that on his crossbow. Drag this across here, so there's almost, see, like 2 layers of the blood effects here now. Come on, there we go. Nah, it's not quite doing it. That might be better. Again, trying to have some of that basically coagulated type blood on there too. It is darker. It's a little bit less on the shiny side. And of course, definitely less translucent for sure. Okay, we got that going now. A little more separation of the helmet and the skin. So I might do a little bit more lighter stuff maybe with the skin on that. See how that goes. Doing that right here. Yeah, let me clear this a bit further here. Again, that's the little strands of blood splatter stuff there. Now the one that I know I want to do is and let me see if I have to get new iridescent pearl white. No, I guess we could use what we have here. Let's start breaking this down. Now this stuff is definitely way smoother consistency wise than say the interference colors, which can be really very blocky, chunky, grainy, very much so. You can thin those down, and then they're not quite so much that way. Well, here's hoping that things just start going better from here, Arid. And again, everybody please give Arid a cam wave a follow. So best of luck this coming week there, Arid, and hopefully, well, I don't know, those mighty trees that you've got on the diorama there. I don't know if that's going to tack an extra session on for you there, just the trees alone. But I'm wondering if maybe because now there's those big fabulous trees, that's going to maybe make this take a little bit longer. But take care there, Irit, and have a good one, like always. So now we're trying to be a little bit more precise with where some of our latest metal core is going here. Not quite so much with the dry brushy stuff. So good night there, Irid. Yeah, this is where we'll. Oh wow, that's a big old difference there. We're gonna take our blending brush here to it and pull some of that edge away from the edge there. Get this going here. Yep. Also there. I'm going to see if I can't sneak in a little bit of non-rusty stuff here onto the sword. Just a little hint of it there. So we're what, 4.5 plus hours in. Can't working on 10 of these all at once. From start to finish. All with the oils. No acrylics involved. We're even doing the blood effects with the oils. Now, well, we did the weathering powders, so that's the one thing that is not oil paints under it. It is the weathering powders. And you can see those on the bases there. I wanted that textural difference. I'm going to say maybe those little rings there actually are maybe metal. So we got one more of the Berserker to do with this stuff. Not as much of his helmet showing because the where his arms are. Something like that. Let me take my blending brush to this. Might even bring some more of my rust back up in there too. Tempted to do that. Still going to try and find some more of my lighter rust there, and then also here on the sword, which can help, kind of interrupts the some of the blood effects too. Come on, there we go again. That's some of our latest metal stuff there. Let's get some of that on the helmet. Nope, that's not metal. That would be some kind of leather straps. blending brush. That little bit of metal right there. Blending brush again. They're a little too heavy. Take some away. Now along the top edges here, and some of the metal bits on the stock here of this crossbow. Plus on here, I think. Got some chainmail there. Now back here on the shoulders and the helmet. Boom. There. Also here. Blending brush again. Take some of that away. Thanks, Camda. It's a little tricksy because, well, you want them to be the size of a hand, right? But also, I think, well, you know, whose hand was doing it? I don't think it was Sauron's hand or Saruman's hand. I think it was an Uruk Hai's hand because there's some pretty big handprints on them, Camda. They're pretty giant. Now again, I have big hands here too. Well, I don't know if they're quite that big. That is kind of a wobble trait, is big hands, big feet. I think about my sisters, I forget what their shoe size is, but it's. I know some guys that don't have shoes that are quite that size. Would it be the fluorescent hand, Camda? That would be kind of funny, Camda. Actually, you know, submitted for whatever reason, they have glowing handprints on them. And, well, since we can sculpt them ourselves, right, we can make sure that the armor or whatever is shaped to maximize that effect. Again, just trying to get, yeah, let's get some of that lighter. No, I guess I gotta thin that down a little more. So hopefully now the medicine stuff there, Cams, is really starting to kick in, and you're not feeling that that stuff quite as much as you were earlier in the day. Because, man, that had to be no fun at all. Nah, let me try to, again, I'm trying to think in terms of non-metallic metal here, even though we're working with metallics. It's TMM. You know what, and also too, we're trying to think weathering, right here. We're chipping away, literally chipping away some of the weathering there. Kind of like what we did here. See how some of the weathering stuff is just basically chipped away. Then we've got our blood effects over there. I'm going to put some scratches and whatever's here too. Now we're on to Lurtzi. Sword here, gonna get a little... I mean, we have to have some edge of that sword that has metal on it. Can't all just, again, be rust. If the sword was never used, then okay, we can say, it's just kind of covered in rust, whatever. But it's most likely getting some use. Yeah, sorry about that can. That just, and like you say, it just kind of comes out of nowhere, right? And just boom. And just takes you down. Let me do this, yeah, like so. Bottom of the sword here, and a little something on the inside of the shield there. Now we have to get some kind of metal here on the greaves. We just there's a lot of the mud and a lot of the rust and such, which is fine, but we have at least some metal on here, like again where that would be scraped away. Also maybe the little little rivets there too. Some of that this way. Come on, a little more. There we go. I think I still kind of preferred how I had this, with that being later. Yeah, I like that a little better. Alright, now back to our lighter metal here again. Up here towards that top of the chest plate there. Haven't done anything back here with this lighter stuff. That's mostly just darker metal with some of the later rust, and that's about it. So we are going to try and again chip away some of the rust. Just getting the actual just armor color on it. Look at that. See, big difference there. Edge of the greaves there. Yeah, up there too. Yep. All right, and I get a little bit of that lighter stuff. We got two more these guys to do with this. For sure. Oh yeah. Gotta get some lighter stuff here on that, on the chest plate there. Man, that's, I mean, it's good we got the darker stuff there. And remember, this is all metallic. Yes, it's oil paint, but it is all metallic. This is, like I was saying earlier in the stream there, Camdog. Again, the meanest tier of the stuff, that was painted in bits and chunks. This is by far, and just like in literally a 24-hour period, this is the most metallic figures I've ever painted in that time frame in 25 years. And then you tack on what we're going to do Monday, which is at least 10 more of these. So yeah, in about 72 hours, we're really going to be racking them up. get this going here. Now, of course, we do have on the YouTube channels there. Don't forget, we got all these Mandos. So those are the exact same way we did these guys, just minus all the rust. We were mixing the darker, translucent colors. So you got the phthalo green guy, you got the Prussian blue one, you got the Egyptian violet one. There's like a green one in the back. That one in the that one in the center that's in the far back. I know that's on the old YouTube channel or the main YouTube channel, and also there is a basing video. I think on the Patreon page, all of that sci-fi basing there. Yeah, and again, that was before 3D printed basing bits. That was having to do things the old-fashioned way. Yeah, Camden, you would have loved those streams because we were driving Nessie crazy, calling them like the Bandalorians, the Blandalorians. I mean, we came up with just at least a dozen different names for those Mandos. I'm pretty sure we had Spam DeLoreans. They just go around spreading junk mail into people's mailboxes. Or they just go around, grocery stores and they just, take spam off of the shelves. I don't know. I'm not even sure if spam still exists. Which I'm pretty sure is like salt and glue and a couple of maybe some heavy gloss gel or something like that. And that's with some flavoring, and that's spam. There we go. We needed all that extra little bit of light there in the chest plate. Now let's get the shoulders here. And again, this is sort of this the rust that's been kind of chipped away there. Yeah, here, let's some Chips Ahoy. Let's get some non-rust there on the sword in a couple of places. A little something up there. Ah, yeah, this is also in need of some of our metal. I think we already did some stuff on that greave there. Ah, a little bit on the chainmail. Now, of course, the downside of things like the interference colors and this our iridescent pearl white, this is not a fast drying color. Now, of course, here too, we're not mixing any kind of alkyd anything with it. When we're mixing it with our, say, darker alkyds, mixing it with the Mars Black or the Van Dyke Brown, whatever, that will help to dry it faster. But this here, where we're just, again, this is our white. This is as light as we can go on our metals here. If you mix any opaque white with your metal medium, it will turn dark because you've killed all the shiny metal effect. That's gone. Therefore, it's going to look dark, not lighter. So again, you think, well, it makes sense. We'll make it lighter. Yes, we'll add weight to it. That does not work on the metal side of things. Does not work there. Boy, these berserkers look so much different now, right? With all the skin tone and the helmet and the blood effects and everything. All right, another guy here with the lighter metal stuff. Boom. Again, kind of chipping away at the weathering, so to speak. See what I did there? Oh, I guess now we're closing in on 5 hours, looks like. It's weird, kid. I was, I would show those, the gobos that we did, right? Was at the 15 gobos in 12 hours, and then was it the 10 dwarves that we did? No, 9 dwarves in 10.5 hours. And now, like between the dwarves, the army of the dead, these guys, we're kind of putting that to shame, right, Camden? It's like the records are shattering left and right. We do this. Something on you up there. Little extra light on the metal there too. Now on the shield here. Again, that's just where some of the rust or whatever is kind of scraped off, scratched off as much as anything else. Got this little symbol here. That, yep, right there. Also here. So yeah, that extra bit of light now that we got on the chest armor, they're very nice. Work that into here. Oh yeah, on his shoulder now. Yep. Back of the helmet here. Like that. These plates, again, gotta get at least some kind of lighter armor color there. Again, maybe where that, any kind of weathering stuff has been scraped away by contact with something. And the same deal here. Again, we're just kind of putting these little scratch marks here in the very rusted metal. Or at least just trying to get some metal on there. So we're just kind of doing this little tapping here, a little bit of stippling. Again, that's creating some more of our metal color right there. And again, for folks that maybe didn't get to see the early portion of this, well, aside from putting it on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, we've got another round of these guys that we're going to do on the Monday stream. Yeah, normally that would be our ships, but we've got a bunch of these all prepped and ready to go. And it is Orctober after all. So yes, we will be doing last batch of these guys on Monday. The banner guy should be very interesting. He's got a huge banner. It's more like he's got a billboard. He's just walking around with a billboard pretty much. And let me get a couple little chips like that. Back to Lurtzi here. So I think the only repeats, maybe one or two of the pikes and maybe two of the bow guys, because there was accidentally printed two of, well, it was on the same plate that got printed twice. And some of the guys on the plate were the some like the crossbow guys. Now, again, I can obviously mirror these. I could even try to print up some more of these. I could mirror them and print up more. And they would basically look like different scopes. I'm pretty sure these are mostly just one piece. Yeah, I think all the orcs here, for the most part, are just one piece. Even I think the banner guy, just one piece. Let me see if I can get a little bit of lighter something in that here. Let me try this green here. Crazy as it sounds, but maybe green, lighter green for the hair. I mean, not tons of it. Not a ton. Because I think there was 6 or something like that. 6 different pikeman scopes. I think maybe there was 4 or 5 of the crossbows. Probably 5 or 6 different swordsmen. Some of that gray, that's kind of the same stuff that we were doing for the cloth, ironically. Come on, a little more thin. There we go. I think now we got it. Where's our bit? Back to the screen. Maybe down here on that part of the cloth. Actually, there's some of his skin here that I want to try to get here. Let me get this more like a reddish violet color in there. At least a little something. Doesn't have to be light, but we need a little more there. Also in here too. That's just very much a flat bluish gray and a little bit of the Terra Rossa in there. Couple little extra lights here on the metals where possible. I think those are little rivets. Is there? Okay, we did that side. There. And I think we got it. Yep. I need to, I think, go darker this way here on... Yeah, that got a little funky right there. Alright, no big deal. No big deal. Now let me see if I can try to get some lighter chompers in some places. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll give it a try. Here, let's thin this down to a degree. there. I guess that'll have to do it. You know what? I think we'll just... I think it's better if we do have the white on his schnoz there. Nope, too much paint on that brush. Gotta get some of that off of there. Where's his chompers here? Guess we have to go darker again. Up there. Also right there, and then the other. Separate that too. Let me here try and do some of that lighter skin again. Nope, gotta thin this down. Reactivate that a little. Blending. Taking away the metal stuff. Again, utilizing the blending brush for sure. Now here we're just gonna feather this out. Feathering that out a little bit more of our lighter skin tone. Over here too. So I think, what was that? That was January 2024 was the Loot Studios Orcs. We'll try to find those guys and maybe just reprint some of them. I mean, if I've already printed them out, whatever. That means that we can just, do more. Try another skin tone on them if we have extra ones. Little touch more later of the skin tone there. No. Let's just take our blending brush to that. Yep. A little something on the fingers here even. We have all the blood stuff on them. Let's get a little something there. Maybe a little something lighter here now too on this chin and maybe that lip there. But now that it is almost 5 in the morning here, and we've been doing this for 5 hours, it is that time where we say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids, all that good stuff. We'll be at this again on our Monday stream, and we're going to be painting more of these guys. I don't think there's any more berserkers to do. I think all the berserkers are done. Unless maybe there's a couple more, I don't know. But yeah, we got more of the Uruk Hai to finish off, the banner guy, more swordses and more pikeses. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate everybody being here. So be seeing you later there, Landrast and Camda and Recoil. I think Arid's already gone off to sleepy buys there. We'll just do a quick little zoom out here so we can confirm, yes, there were indeed 10 of these. Here, let's move this out of the way. We will zoom this out. And you can see them. There you go. So here's 5 there. And here is 5 more here. So yeah, there's 10 of them right there. That's how many we did in our 5 hours and 10 minutes. So thank you so much, Camda. Appreciate you being here. Gonna get our raid countdown underway. So this is pretty wild, Camda. Yeah, this is very wild. So really different set of figures here for sure, right? So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you all on Monday.